We have a busy day today, so we'll get started with it. We will start with prayer. We'll start with the roll call first, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Chavez. Esparza.
Present.
Soria.
Here.
Arias.
Present.
And President Capriello.
I am here. Thank you very much. Next, we're going to have our prayer, and Pastor Ken Allen from North Point Church will lead us in prayer. We'll stand for that, and then we'll remain standing, and we'll salute our fantastic flag. If you'll all stand, please. Thank you. Ken, thanks for being here this morning. Good to see you.
Let's pray. Father, I thank you for another day, for the blessing that we have to be able to spend this day with you. And as we go through this day, when we look back on it, would we be proud that we've honored you throughout the day? God, I would pray today for our council as they do their business, that each one would be selfless in the tasks that are ahead of them. God, we thank you for our city, for the many volunteers that spread out throughout our community to be able to be the hands and the feet of this council. God, would you bless them today? So, Lord, we would ask that you will guide and direct the business of the day, and that when it's all said and done, that you would be pleased. In your precious name we pray. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you again, Pastor. Okay, we'll move on to the agenda now. City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
I have a few changes. Let's see. We'll start with item 1N as in Nancy, file ID 19-1602. It's a resolution assigning office and parking spaces. And we added Councilmember Sori and Vice President Arias as sponsor to that one. On item file ID 19-1591, the 330 item, we also added a new Exhibit A. And let's see. And we also removed the workshop for code enforcement, and it's been removed from the hearings, and it has no future date to be announced at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Do any council members have any changes to the agenda?
Council President, I do have one change.
Member Arias.
Thank you. I'd like to table the 330 item and item 4B to the next council meeting at the same time. Thank you, Council President.
You said 4B? I guess I should have announced if everyone would be so kind as to turn off your phones and let us continue. That was a good song. I like that. Let's see. All right, now we're going to have. All right, all those that like the first tune, raise your hand, and all those. Okay.
I'll make a motion to pass the agenda as amended.
Do I have a second? Second. I'm sorry. Member Bredefeld, you did punch up.
Yeah, on the 330, no problem with it being pulled. The only thing I would request is that we have a full council when we hear that item, because it's obviously a very important issue. Unfortunately, I won't be able to be here at the next council meeting, and then I believe Councilmember Chavez is going to miss that one, the following one. So I would ask respectfully if we could do this at the next meeting, which would be second week in June. I know it's not, it's not time sensitive, but I know everybody wants to address it. But I think we have 6 council members. I don't think we should be, dealing with something as significant as that with 5. So I would request, that be done June 13th.
I think that's a great idea. We only have 6 council members. If you don't know, our 7th member was elected to the Board of Supervisors recently. So District 6 is vacant, and there'll be a special election to fill that. In the meantime, we only have 6 council members. So I think that's a reasonable request. It would accommodate everybody up here. I don't see an issue setting it over to June 13th, did you say?
Yes.
Council President, we did make a commitment to the general public and to the stakeholders who've been working on this for months that it would be here at the next meeting. So I would, unfortunately, I couldn't support it, moving it to June 13th.
Well, I did speak with the president of the association, who expressed to me he had no problem with it and understood that he wanted me to be a part of that discussion. And this is only today. I mean, it's very easy to notify people we're going to hold this for the 13th.
I think also the students would have an opportunity to be out of school, so more students could attend the proceedings, and it would be, hello? I lost my mic.
You have,
Everybody's is off.
you have a handheld that they can?
I don't think we're live yet. Wow. Okay, folks, thanks for being here today. It's been a great day. And,
Hello?
all right. Anyway, I understand both sides of the issue. It's not time sensitive, so I would favor setting it over to June 13th.
Okay.
City Attorney, do you have?
What's the question?
Is there a vote required on movement of this agenda item? Because I'm not sure.
Yes. If there's a desire to have it on the 13th as opposed to next week, that would take a motion and vote to do that.
There we go.
Yeah.
So my question was, so the public can hear a little louder, is there a vote required on this matter in terms of moving the agenda item to the 13th? Because I'm not sure if it's the will of the 3 co-sponsors to move it on that far ahead.
There's no vote required to move it to next week. That would happen automatically based upon what the sponsors would like to do. If there's a desire to table it until the 13th, then that would take a separate motion and vote to do that.
I think the co-sponsors are clear that we'd like to keep it on May 2nd, and that's the commitment we made to everyone who's been part of this process for months. And it's unfortunate that some council members can't be here, but this happens routinely.
Councilmember Bredefeld, you totally opposed to calling in for the item? You can weigh in.
We've witnessed that over and over with people calling in. It doesn't work very well, and that's the problem. So, I would request again, since we need 6 and you're going to be gone. I mean, I would have been happy to do it the following week, but you're going to be gone, and these things do happen. And it's a very important issue, and I think we ought to have 6 council members. And notification of this is not an issue. I mean, it's a false issue to say, well, we've notified people. The head, Andy Chikara of the union, the organization that this is being imposed upon, would like to have all council members there. They've expressed that to me as well. And it's not a time-sensitive issue. If it was time-sensitive, I certainly understand. So what I would say, if you are ready and you're pulling this today because you say you're not ready and things haven't been worked out, if they're worked out by Friday, I would certainly favor having a special meeting on Wednesday, if you insist on it being this coming week, so that I can attend, and that I'd be willing to do that. We could meet on Wednesday. That's one day short of a council meeting, and if you're not willing to do that, then it's about something else.
Councilmember Bredefeld, just wanted to reassure you and the public that the item, when discussed and approved, will begin a 6-month process. The council will have 2 more conversations 6 to 8 months later before we even approve and enact this ordinance. So there's going to be plenty of time for the council to discuss this. This is not a final conversation on the 2nd. We've been in communication with all the stakeholders, not just the association. There's a lot more stakeholders than the association. And I'm sorry that you can't be here. I really am. We'd love to sit down with you. Maybe Councilmember Chavez and others can sit down with you and walk you through it. Maybe you can be part of the conversation that we're having with the stakeholders on Friday. I'm open to that too, so that you're fully briefed on what the discussions are.
Actually, we can't because of the Brown Act restrictions, but here's the challenge that I have, and, in full disclosure, I have about 3 projects that have been proposed. I'd like to get some clarity to those applicants on what the standards and rules will be, and so that's really on my end, my sense of getting this done as soon as possible, full disclosure.
And Councilmember Bredfield, I think when you say the something else, I think for myself, and perhaps not to speak for my co-sponsors, just the perception of this council kicking such an important policy proposal that we've been talking about for a little while further and further down the road. So, I mean, for me, it's the commitment we made to the community and to the youth who have been working on this issue for quite a while to get this heard. And just for the record, I mean, I was one of the co-sponsors who agreed to postpone it for a week, but I did so very reluctantly. We've been in conversation with APCA, the association, and the conversation we had with them yesterday was in agreement to move to May 2nd. So it is not consistent with the conversation they had with you, saying that they were requesting for you to be there. So that's the agreement we came to privately, and we announced it. And wish I had known a little sooner. Maybe we could have worked something out. But we've kind of put it out there, and I don't want to kick it further down the road.
Listen, I think I could resolve this. As council president, I will seriously consider a special meeting so we can have the participation of all the council members on this issue. So I'm not sure. I'll have to look at the calendar. I'm thinking maybe the Wednesday before the next meeting.
Yes.
And we can set it whenever you wish, Member Bredfield.
Whatever works on Wednesday, I will be here. Whatever works, I will be here.
All right. That way we can have a full house, if you will, and full participation, which is part of this process and part of good government.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So I had a motion by Member Soria, seconded by Member Arias to approve the balance of the agenda. Any opposition? Seeing none, it passes 6-0. Next is the council member reports and comments. Sorry. Oh, gotcha. That's what we do here, folks. We're a good team. We help each other out. So with that, we'll look at the approval of the minutes. Are there any changes to the minutes of April 4th and April 11th? And what are they? No changes. Oh, great. Do I have a motion? Motion by Member Bredfield, second by Member Chavez. Any opposition to approving the minutes of April 4th and April 11th? Seeing none, it passes 6-0. Okay, next we'll go to ceremonial presentations. I want to welcome all the students from Kepler School, and your education is extremely important to us, so we want to call you first and honor you this morning, and that'll enable you to get back to school and get that education going, and we look forward to seeing all of you on the Dean's List. So with that in mind, this is a certificate of recognition to Kepler students, sponsored by Soria, Esparza, and Arias. You guys are up.
Councilmember Arias and Councilmember Esparza.
I just reminded them, the co-sponsors.
So I'll go ahead and kick this off. So good morning, everyone. I'm extremely excited to be able to do this really special presentation. And so I want to invite all the 14 students or the Kepler scholars up front to join me and my colleagues. Also, I believe their teacher is here, or coach. Their volleyball coach is here. So if you want to come on up. So today we are honoring 14 Kepler Neighborhood School scholars who, because of their bravery, saved a woman's life on April 5th of this year. At Kepler Neighborhood School, Character, community, competence, and creativity make up the 4 values of daily focus and with care and emphasis on social-emotional learning of their scholars. Kepler's 4 C's were courageously demonstrated on that April 5th as Kepler Neighborhood School's volleyball team helped save a life. On that day, our young, impressionable middle school volleyball students stepped up when no one else could. A suicidal woman who was hanging from the bridge was talked out of jumping when these 14 young, brave students noticed the woman dangling from the Stanislaus Bridge, which is located just a block over from their playground area. The 14 scholars started pleading, reminding her that her life was worth it, that she mattered, and yelling for the woman to pull herself back onto the bridge while their coach, Murray, quickly communicated with 911. The police arrived in time to rescue the woman and get her to the help that she needed. These 14 scholars are an example of what can be done when we are more than bystanders. Today, we honor them not only with certificates of recognition, but with the first ever Medal of Honor from the city of Fresno. Please join me in giving them a round of applause.
Thank you all for coming and being here with us this morning. Kepler Charter School is home to District 3. These kiddos come from all across the whole city and are educated in our downtown core of Fresno, and they represent the best and the brightest future that Fresno has for itself. Not only because of this incident, but because of what they represent, the diversity, the caringness, and the will to step forward and not just stand on the sidelines while people are in need. It's the kind of Fresno that we are. We don't just pass by and see somebody in need and keep walking. This isn't the big city of New York. You don't ignore each other. You don't walk by each other. You stop, you help them, and you make sure that they know that somebody in Fresno cares for them. So, gentlemen, thank you for reminding the rest of us that the city of Fresno cares about everyone in this city, irrespective of who they are. And I do want to give you a little bit of good news. As part of our recognition for your bravery and your action, we will be giving you access to the City of Fresno's baseball suite, so you can go with your families, enjoy a full baseball game like any big shot in Fresno does. From a suite where you can talk to the mascot, have some good hot dogs on us and some sliders. So we will be in touch with your school, making sure we get you the right day where you don't have to miss school, but you get to be with the rest of the Fresnans in a baseball in a stadium that is yours. Thank you, and let's keep on going.
First off, I want to say how extremely proud I am of these young people standing up here. To echo what Councilmember Arias said, I think you exemplify the best what we have here in our Fresno community. I think everything happens for a reason, right? In some respects, some things are fate and destiny, and the universe tends to unfold as it should. So I'm going to get a little bit awkward here for a second and rewind to last year. When I was still sitting on the Fresno County Board of Education, and the charter was up for renewal, and the Fresno Unified had denied the renewal for Kepler. It came to our board, and I was the only no vote to say, no, I think Kepler should not be open. And at the time, I went off of the data and the recommendation and my education policy expertise that's the way I interpreted that vote. And I lost that vote 4-1. My 4 colleagues voted to keep the school open, and here you folks are. And I think, again, that happened for a reason. And if the school was closed, who knows what would have happened to that person. But having that school there, having you folks in District 3 in this community legitimately saved a life. At least one that we know of, and possibly more. And I think your presence here goes beyond that, because throughout your years to come in the educational system and through life in this community, you're going to touch more lives than you're ever going to know about. So I encourage you folks to keep it up, and really glad to have you here at City Hall today.
All right. Now for the really important part. Let's start giving some medals and some certificates. Rodney Brown, step up. Come on, Rodney. Next up, George Countbatch. Come on, George. Okay. Brandon. George. Yeah. What about Noah? Jamari? Jamari Stevens. Joshua Velasquez. Angel Careteo. Micah Josiah Ford. Josiah. They gave me the really difficult job of pronouncing a lot of different names. Elijah Gomez. Thank you. Henry. Joseph. Mr. The Legend Melendez. Jack. Where's Rodney at? Rodney, here you go, Rodney. Thank you. Now, before we end this, these kids are incredible. Their coach is a good guy, but the education starts at home. So parents, keep up the good work. These are really good kids that care about Fresno, care about their neighbors, and it's all because they have really good parents at home that reflect that. So thank you, and if we can have all the parents come forward and get part of the group picture here.
Congratulations, Kepler students and the parents. Y'all did a great job. Another round of applause for Kepler. Good luck on your finals as well. Next, we're going to do ASE Blue Seal of Excellence recognition for the Transportation Department's Municipal Fleet and Public Safety Fleet Operate Division. Director Barfield. Jim, the floor is yours, and I want to welcome all these fantastic co-employees. You guys all do a fantastic job, and it's an honor to honor you today. So with that, take it away.
This is one of my favorite parts of the year. Many of you know that I started over in the fleet division, and so these folks up here are very special to me. We're here to celebrate the 17th time that this group has earned the ASE Blue Seal of Excellence. And what that means is 75% of our mechanics or more have to be certified, which means they pass some rigorous tests. I've seen those tests, and I will say that they are not surveys. They are very difficult tests, and each one of these folks up here represents a person that passed those tests. I think it's a testament to the commitment of this staff, the fleet staff and the mechanics in particular that have earned this award. Just to give you guys an idea, we have about 2,200 vehicles in our city fleet. And these gentlemen have to make sure they're serviced and ready to go every day. If they're not, we don't run buses, we don't have fire engines, we don't pave streets, all of those things, these guys keep running. These are not the ordinary dealership mechanics. A mechanic at the dealership might work on Toyotas all day, every day. These guys work on anything from a paver to a CNG sweeper to a patrol car, any brand, any make, you name it, these guys get them fixed every single day. So I want to congratulate the group up here for the 17th year. I'm sure they're going to do this again next year, and am looking forward to celebrating the 20th anniversary of them getting this award.
Well, we will start off by honoring our public safety staff. So, Tim. Yeah, I gotta get your glasses.
Thank you. I'll read the names of the three sections under public safety fleet. We have our upfit section. We have a fire maintenance section, and then we have our police maintenance section, which handles marked cars as well as playing cars. So, any specific order, Greg?
I have, according to this,
Fire mechanics. We'll start with, there's a few that aren't here, many that are. David Aguilar, he's not here today. Noel Andalon is part of our PD group. Next, we have part of Dwayne's group, Matthew Arnold. And Robert Asensio. And next we have Juan Castellanos. Apologize if I don't get the name quite right. And Lyle Chadwick, part of our police section. Greg Dare, part of our police section as well. Shane Dredden is also part of our police section. He is not with us today. Mark Felice, part of the municipal fleet. He is not here today. Rodolfo Flores, part of our municipal fleet. Ricardo Garcia, part of our police maintenance section. And Richard Goulart, part of our municipal fleet section. I think he's, there's Richie. No pictures yet. Next we have David Johnson, part of our municipal fleet, is not here today. And Melvin Knowlton, part of our municipal fleet, not here today. Samson Leung, part of our fire maintenance section. Chris Manzano, part of our fire maintenance section as well, is not here with us today. Nick Maresca, part of our municipal fleet. I think I'll share the microphone with Dwayne a little bit.
Thanks, Tim. So I'm Dwayne. I'm part of the municipal fleet manager. So the next guy on the list is Mark Maddox. Next gentleman is Salvador Mendez, Sal Mendez, part of the fire section, and he is not here today. Jesse Morales,
Part of our fire section.
fire section, and he's not here today. Andrew Perales, I don't believe he's here today either. He works nights. We had to leave some of the guys back to work on the stuff that's still running. Manuel Perez. Michael Peterson. Kenny Phillips. Brian Price, part of our fire section. Juan Rios. Police section. Daniel Reese. He's with Municipal Fleet. And then Gary Saragosa. Daniel C., he's not with us today. Bob Sirico. Lon Smolin. Ron Tickle. Ron helps build all the police cars, or a lot of the police cars. Juan Torres. Sammy Venegas. Alejandro Velasquez, he's not here today. Matthew Waddell. Since I've got the mic, I just want to say one thing. I just want to thank all the Fleet team members here with their dedication and commitment to Fleet and the city. So.
And then, Madam Clerk, there's a resolution that goes along with this. If you would be kind to read the resolution.
Whereas the City of Fresno Municipal Fleet Division and Public Safety Fleet Division has earned the Blue Seal of Excellence recognition for the 19th year in a row, as prescribed by the National Institute for Automotive Service Excellence. Whereas to be eligible for this recognition, an organization must have 75% of its automotive professionals ASE certified. And whereas of the 54 automotive technicians employed with the Municipal Fleet and Public Safety Divisions, 79.6% are ASE certified, which exceeds the Blue Seal Award benchmark. And whereas the demands faced by these technicians are significant to efficiency and cost-effective maintenance of the city's diverse 2,000-plus unit fleet, ranging from patrol cars and fire equipment to refuse trucks, sweepers, and to varied construction equipment. And whereas, now therefore be it resolved that we, Lee Brand, Mayor of the City of Fresno, Wilma Kwan, City Manager, and the Fresno City Council recognize and congratulate the Municipal Fleet and Public Safety Fleet Divisions for earning this distinguished Blue Seal of Excellence Award and commend their efforts of ongoing extra mile in support of their customers.
Congratulations.
That's awesome.
Congratulations to each and every one of you. You make the wheels turn in our community, so we can't thank you enough. And looking forward to this ceremony again next year due to your outstanding performance. Next, we're going to have a proclamation of Sound the Alarm Month in the city of Fresno, and I'm sponsoring that. Okay, this morning we have Nicole, Robert, and Taylor up here with me, and they're from the American Red Cross. And today we're recognizing the American Red Cross and volunteers who are preparing to install 600 fire alarms for free in the city of Fresno. Round of applause for that, huh? That's 600 safer homes in our community. I also wanted to thank them and their many volunteers for taking time out of their busy schedule on Saturday to take care of this. It's a real commitment from the amazing Red Cross and all your volunteers. And I just learned that this team of volunteers from the Central California Region Red Cross have already installed 2,000 free smoke alarms. Incredible. 2,000 smoke alarms since July of 18. That's less than a year ago. So you guys are on a roll. This is fantastic. Appreciate you all so much and for your hard work. Would you like to say a few words?
Council President, thank you. And council members, thank you for having the American Red Cross today, here today. Council President, I'd like to share a Red Cross pin with you that is reflective of the Central California region. And today, I think the most important thing to share with our council members and our guests is that, unfortunately, 1 in 10 homes choose not to purchase a smoke alarm because of the expense. I can't help but wonder that that's a national statistic and possibly that it's higher in Fresno, and that's why the Red Cross is installing free smoke alarms. And if you have time this Saturday, we would love to have you join us at Fresno High School at 8:30 in the morning, because we're going to make a difference in the community and we're going to help make homes safer. And so we are thankful for your support, for the council member support to help sound the alarm and make Fresno safer.
Round of applause. Thank you. It's fantastic. Everyone should be that concerned about our community safety and emergency process. With that, Madam Clerk, would you address the proclamation for these fantastic people?
Whereas the Home Fire Campaign was started by the American Red Cross 4 years ago to educate families on fire prevention, as well as to install new smoke alarms or help replace batteries in existing alarms. And whereas this year the American Red Cross and volunteers throughout the Fresno community will install smoke alarms in the Fresno High area, making Fresno more resilient and prepared for home fires. And whereas we encourage all of Fresno to educate themselves on home fire prevention, replace batteries in existing smoke alarms, and sound the alarm to help save lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim April 2019 to be Sound the Alarm Month in the city of Fresno.
Next, I see a lot of good friends in the audience here, a lot of familiar faces. And next, we're going to have a very, very special ceremony honoring Don Savory, the man, the myth, and the legend.
Good morning. I said good morning. All right. Look a little live. We will. So today we got a pretty special day honoring Don on his retirement, and I was told that we should try to move him along because he's got to get to a meeting. But I said, who cares? What are they going to do? Fire him? He's going to retire anyway. But Don, we wanted to bring you today and give you your own special day. We met about 10 years ago. You were one of the first labor leaders that I actually had a chance to build a relationship with. And Don's very diplomatic out in public, but those of you that know him know he's pretty colorful with his words and descriptions, especially of some elected officials. But you know, just want to tell you, thank you for all your years of service, the work you've done. Those guys I know and women know that you've been a staunch advocate for working men and women here in the Central Valley, not just in Fresno and not just for iron workers, but for all working men and women across our city, across our county, and across our state. I know your region covers a lot, a big, broad area, but I know that you've worked really hard, and now you actually get to retire and enjoy some time and spend time with your family up at your secret hideaway that you have. We know where you live. But once again, Don, thank you for all your years of service, and congratulations on your retirement, brother.
So I also want to echo similar words. I got a chance to meet Don back when I first came back to the Valley in 2012. So over the 7 years that I've worked here for electeds, and now myself and elected, I've had the opportunity to build a great relationship with Don, and I can say he is a true labor leader and a labor champion. For 25 years, he has tirelessly worked to uplift our community, has fought hard to make sure that, high-speed rail jobs were present and that our folks here in our community, and also has given in the context of apprenticeship and being an instructor and your work. So we want to just commend you and thank you for paving the way, and then also really mentoring the next generation of labor leaders. I think that that's important, not only in your sector, but also as leaders in our community. It's important that when we leave, that we have really trained someone to continue on the work, so that we don't skip a beat and that our families continue to be able to be represented and have a voice. And I know that you've done that with your team. I've seen them in action, and I just appreciate you because I know that it is because of your leadership that folks like Pablo and all the other folks that are here from the iron workers, step up to the occasion, not just to show up to rallies, but are doing the hard work, volunteering at our community events. But again, it goes back to your leadership. And so I just want to thank you so much for paving the way for the next generation, but really for standing firm and fighting for working families. And that's made a difference here in the city of Fresno, but really also throughout our state. So thank you so much for everything that you've done.
Well, what can I say? I think Esmeralda took the words right out of my mouth. When you are a true labor leader, and when someone of your stature is ready to step down and retire, I think we should all be freaking out a little more. But the fact that we're not, right, and that you've done such a tremendous job of investing in and preparing leadership within your local, right, I think speaks volumes. And it's going to be hard to fill the big shoes you're going to leave behind. But I think Pablo and others he's working on it. He's getting a little bigger. He needs to get a little taller. And he might get there. Size 14.
13. I lost weight.
I think it also speaks volumes that it's not just the iron workers that came out here to honor you today. I see IBEW. I see plumbers. Drywall, yeah, painters, yeah. I see sheet metal. There you are. I'm getting blinder by the day. So it's not just within your sector of labor. I mean, all the building trades and all the labor is here to honor you today. So thank you for your service. I made sure to put on my iron worker red this morning when I was getting dressed. And I almost went navy blue, but then I remembered we were doing this proclamation. So I did the iron worker red. Congratulations, Don. I look forward to celebrating further here in the coming days.
Thank you.
And before we let our colleagues speak, Chuck, I know you got a little something to present too. Come on up too, and we'll present that as well.
So instead of hearing from one more politician, I'm going to give the mic over to Don. But before I do that, Don, here's a warning. We're live on TV on the internet, and there's no delay button. Okay. So let's keep it PG-13. Okay. And we have kids touring City Hall.
Okay, yeah, so really I don't care. Yeah, I am retiring. But anyway, I put an ad on Craigslist last night to get some guys here. Paid a little extra to get here this morning, gave them red T-shirts out in the car.
Are those the organized protesters?
Yes.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, you know what? I love this city. I love being part of making other people's lives better. And a lot of these guys, I think, can attest out there that are sitting out there right now that we brought into the Iron Workers program. They work for low-paying jobs with no benefits and that type of stuff. And that's the best feeling for me is what I've done with those guys is uplifted their life and changed things for their family and their future. So they can be homeowners and buying all the things that the middle class buys. So, and I thank all my brothers from the other building trades that are here too for showing up. Thanks.
If I may, thank you. Chuck Riojas, Financial Secretary Treasurer of the Fresno Madera Tulare Kings Building Trades Council. It is an honor for me to present you with this plaque, this recognition, Don, of all your years of dedicated service, not only to the building trades, but the comments that were echoed by the council today. A true community leader, a true labor leader, a man that I could do business with, I could entrust. Your word was definitely your bond. That is something that is, it's invaluable in what we do for a living. And that's attributed to the gentlemen that are here today, the people that are honoring you as you retire. You will definitely be missed in all circles, not just the political world, not just in the public, but definitely within the building trades. I was fortunate enough to know you 10 years ago and work side by side with you, traveled to Spain with you. It's been an honor. It truly has been. What you've taught me about labor and about leading and others, it's tremendous, and I couldn't thank you enough, sir. So it's my honor to present you with this plaque for your years of dedicated service to the labor community.
Madam Clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas Don Savory has been a dedicated and proud iron worker since November of 1994, and whereas over the years, Don has been appointed to serve on 21 boards and commissions on behalf of the Iron Workers Local 155, serving as a voice to the welding community and the working families of the Central Valley. He has helped create thousands of union jobs in the Central Valley through his tough negotiation and diplomatic skills. His contribution to our workforce are deeply valued. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno, Mayor and City Council does hereby proclaim April 26, 2019 to be Don Savory Day in the City of Fresno.
Congratulations, Don. Well done. All right, next we're going to go to the proclamation of underage drinking prevention in Friday Night Live month. Same sponsors. Soria Esparza Arias.
Good morning, folks. Welcome to the Youth Leadership Institute Friday Night Live, folks. Come on down. I believe my colleagues are grabbing the actual proclamation. They hopefully should have it up there. Don't be shy. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. I'll keep my comments brief. And what I want to say is these folks here, who are part of the Youth Leadership Institute and Friday Night Live, they are the inspiration for the item that you heard us, kind of going back and forth about earlier, the neighborhood market ordinance. And in fact, this group of folks, they're the ones who actually came up with the name, right? We had some policy ideas. And we're new council members, myself and Miguel Arias, but this is not a new policy, this is not a new idea. This is something that's been in the works for a long time, and you're looking at a group here that's representative of the folks who have worked on it for a long time. So that's what I want to say. They are the inspiration. And very similar to the last group we honored, I'm looking forward to also allowing you folks to use the city suite for a Grizzlies game here this coming Wednesday, May 1st. So make sure your evening is clear there. Make sure you enjoy the game. And it looks like we might even have a council meeting that day after all. So that would be a nice reward after a long meeting. And my colleagues are missing in action. Oh, here she is.
So I just want to also congratulate the students and really acknowledge the work that they've done. I know that there's one of our youth commissioners that is also part of this group, and so this is also a great example of what the young people, have decided that is an important issue to address here in our community, and that they're not just saying it, but they're taking action. And so I'm just proud of the work that you guys are doing through your schools and through your engagement with our community, and acknowledging that there are challenges in your neighborhoods, but that you're willing to take the issues on. So congratulations. Always proud to support YLI and their efforts in supporting and investing in you guys so that you guys have a voice in our city government. And thank you for all the work that you do. Who's doing? Who's going to? Okay. This is a proclamation, ma'am. Okay. Thank you. Here's all these Family Night Live organization. Yes, I am. What am I talking today?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all the council members who have supported us throughout our research. This research has been a long process. It's been 15 years. I've been in this process for only 1 year now with my Friday Night Live group at Sunnyside High School. I just want to say it's been a long process gathering all the data that we found this year and launching great campaigns like our Not On My Watch campaign, as well as our new billboard campaign, which can be seen on Cedar and Tulare, which is taking down the advertisement of alcohol. This is a great research that we've been doing because it tackles underage drinking. And I'd just like to thank everyone who's been supporting us in our research and continuing to report our research. Thank you guys so much.
Clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
Whereas California Friday Night Live is celebrating 35 years of youth engagement and community partnerships designed to reduce alcohol consumption and other issues youth face for their positive and healthy development. And whereas California Friday Night Live participants will experience opportunities to build caring and meaningful relationships with the guidance of caring staff and the support of peers. And whereas such activities will prepare the students for future life challenges and help them develop healthy attitudes in relation to alcohol, tobacco, drug, violence, prevention, and academic completion through an environment of learning that will allow youth to live up to their fullest, healthiest potential. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Fresno City Council, on this day do hereby proclaim the month of April 2019 to be Underage Drinking Prevention in California Friday Night Live Month in the city of Fresno.
Congratulations, a job well done. Please keep up that good work. You are trendsetters in our community. Thank you, Ami. Okay, I think that concludes our ceremonials. So we will go to council member reports and comments. Anybody punching up? Member Chavez?
Thank you, President Capriello. Just wanted to adjourn today's meeting in the name of Mr. Yua True Joseph Vang. As some of you know, he was General Vang Pao's second in command, and he passed away a few days ago. And so we wanted to adjourn today's meeting in his memory.
Thank you very much. We certainly would be proud and honored to do that. Anyone else punched up? Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to make a plug for the Mall to Hall bike ride, which is taking place next Wednesday, May 1st. So we will be riding bikes from Manchester Mall down here to City Hall. It'll be, I think, my 6th year doing it. So just want to invite folks, city staff, to take this ride early in the morning to get here, and invite the community to join us this year, where we will be doing a special proclamation for the bike community outside of City Hall when we get here. So just want to encourage you guys all to come out. And then just lastly, I want to put another plug in for the community meetings that are happening in the district. So Councilmember Arias and I will be having a joint meeting in the tower at Review Coffee next week, April 30th at 5:30. So we encourage folks to come out, learn what we've been doing in the tower area and the surrounding neighborhoods to address the needs there, and also to hear from you as we're going to be tackling the budget in the next couple months. We want to hear your feedback to see what our priorities should be. So just join us next week, April 30th. Thank you.
Okay. Next is Member Esparza.
I'll keep my comments brief. In the past, I think, week, I had the privilege of discovering a new gem in my district. This is called a business called Pro Culinary Commercial Kitchen. They are a culinary incubator, and it's amazing what they've done. They moved in just not too far from here, actually, about a quarter-mile up Fresno Street from Divisadero. With their own hands, renovated that suite that they're in. They have some really good clients, very delicious food, who make very delicious food. They have a tasting room out in front. And so really, really proud to have that new business in my district and wish them success. And looking forward to eating at one of their pop-up restaurants here this coming Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Spence, you had some additions or deletions to make?
Yeah, excuse me. I just wanted to repeat because we had some problems with our mic, and I understand that some of the information didn't come through. So I wanted to repeat that there was discussion regarding the 3:30 item, and a couple of council members would be out, and the council president suggested a special meeting on Wednesday next week before the next council meeting, and that was approved. So if you want to listen or be a part of the 3:30 item, come next Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just wanted to add to that, with our arrangement with me as president, you have to have your items in by 5 o'clock on Thursday. I really plan to strictly enforce that. So if you're not in by Thursday at 5 o'clock, we're going to put you off until the next meeting, which could be 2 or 3 weeks later. So please help us make this agenda process as effective as possible. And if you need any help on that, please give me a call or any information on how to handle that, let me know. Okay, we'll go to the consent calendar. Would any council member like to pull an item for discussion on the consent calendar? Member Bredefield?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 1N as in Nancy.
1N as in Nancy. Let's take a look. Okay, and then anything else, Member Bredefield? Okay, next would be Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to pull item 1G.
Okay, 1G. Anyone else? Miguel Arias, you had something to say?
1L.
Anyone else? The screen appears to be clear.
And 1M, I'm sorry.
Okay, anybody else? Do we have a motion on the balance of the consent calendar? Motion by Member Soria, second by Member Chavez. Is there any opposition? If there's no opposition, then would anyone from the public like to comment on the consent calendar? Please come forward. Seeing none, there's no opposition. I'll pass 6-0. Traditionally, those items would be heard at 1:30 this afternoon. Is there anyone here to address any one of those items? Seeing none, those will be taken care of at 1:30. The rest of the consent calendar has been approved. Next, we're going to go to our 9:45 item, presentation of high school students from performing above the high project, that is the path, and that is by Councilmember Chavez. And I've been asked to combine that with actions pertaining to the, I got a sticky page here. Combine that with item 4A, a resolution in support of Fresno City College Law Pathway Students Advocacy Project. So those are by members Chavez, Arias, and Soria. They won't ask to combo those, which we can do. So if the sponsors would like to
Thank you, Council President.
make some introductory remarks, then we can go forward.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. White. This was essentially an opportunity for them to come and present on their initiative, and so floor is yours.
to take a recess?
Council President, we can probably take a 2-minute recess, let them get the kinks worked out.
Hopefully that can be done in a couple of minutes. So we'll take 5 minutes, folks, if you don't mind, and then we'll come back. 5 or 10 minutes if you want to go outside and freshen up or get some fresh air. That's perfectly agreeable. We'll be back in, we'll say 10 minutes. Thank you. Refreshed and ready to proceed with our meeting. So here are these fantastic young people. If you're ready to go, we're ready to go. The floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, my name is Isaiah Galindo, and I'll be presenting with Stacy. We are with the California Health Collaborative PATH project, and today we'll be talking about social hosting. Social hosting is providing a setting where underage individuals use marijuana, alcohol, or other illegal drugs. The social host can be parents or any adults over 18 can be held accountable for the gatherings regardless of who provides the substance. If parents are not present at the gathering, they can still be held responsible for being present, for not being present to monitor the home or the children. What are the three main drivers of marijuana use? Perception. Perception is basically how it's viewed. People think marijuana is not addictive, it's okay, it's safe. The next is acceptance. Again, people think it's okay, it's not that bad, it's kind of like whatever. Accessibility is how easy it is for anyone to get marijuana. I know if I wanted to, I can go on like social media right now and text like 5 people and be able to get marijuana, no problem. Marijuana use by Fresno County youth. This is a Fresno County Student Insight Survey from 2017-2018. Lifetime use is 30% have used marijuana at least once. 17% have used marijuana 4 or more times. 30-day use is 18% have used marijuana 1 or more days in the last month, also known as a current user. 6% have used marijuana 10 days or more in the last month, also known as a frequent user. How are young people using marijuana? If you look at the presentation, you can see that, that little cup on the top left is concentrated marijuana, also known as BHO or butane hash oil. That is a substance put into all of these treats, I guess you could say. As you can tell, they have brownies, candies, lollipops, Rice Krispie treats, cookies, even drinks and tea. If you were to ask me, these don't look like they're geared towards adults so much as youth or young adults. You wouldn't see a kid getting a Kit Kat when it says Keef Kat. They're trying to hide it in plain sight. Positive benefits of a social host ordinance. The first would be hundreds of cities and counties in California have already taken a strong stance against hosts who provide marijuana to minors. Empowers the community to seek help from law enforcement when youth are suspected of underage marijuana use. Allows officers to take action against youth and adults providing marijuana in a private residence. Citations can be make up for law enforcement's expenses when responding to numerous out-of-control parties. Why have a social host ordinance? According to the 2017-2018 Fresno County Student Insight Survey, 60% of students felt it was fairly easy or very easy for someone their age to get marijuana. 67% of youth stated they can get marijuana from friends, while 27% mentioned getting it from siblings, 21% from other adult family members. Sorry. Successful ordinances would be Tulare County in the Central Valley, Riverside in Southern California, and Roseville in Northern California. These are a few language samples of Tulare County, Riverside, and Roseville. Now I'll be passing on the presentation to Stacy.
Hi, my name is Stacy, and I will be presenting the second half of the presentation today. To start off, I will be talking about what occurs in social media today. So as you can see, here are two huge social media platforms. On the left, you have Instagram, and on the right, you have Twitter. And what they both have in common is that anyone is susceptible of acknowledging the information that companies, news articles, and influencers promote. So, for instance, you have Milk Makeup here promoting their marijuana-infused mascara, and you have Snoop Dogg showing off his joint rolling skills. At first glance, this might seem harmless, but as more teens get used to posts like these, the more they will see marijuana as a norm in today's society. In continuation, here you have two huge entertainment platforms. You have YouTube and you have Netflix. They both have these recommended pages based off of algorithms that teens don't have control over. So you might see a channel from Maddie Smokes, for example, who is a teen that smokes on a daily basis in his videos and encourages his viewers to smoke with him as well. And this is dangerous for teens to see because they will see marijuana as a norm. So this brings us up to the question, how are young people using hash oil? Hash oil is used in wax pens and vape pens. And as you can see at the top left corner, it might look like a regular Sharpie, but in reality, it is a wax pen. And teens are using things like those to disguise their products from parents, family, teachers, staff, and etc. And companies like J-Wraps aren't helping with the situation because they're marketing towards younger audiences by using Hello Kitty superheroes to attract younger people. Marijuana is addictive, and this is a fact. Studies suggest that 9% of people who use marijuana will become dependent on it, rising to about 17% in those who start using it in their teens. The earlier young people start using marijuana, the more likely they are to become dependent on it, and that's because teenagers' brains haven't fully developed yet, and so the more harm they will do to it now, the more damage their brain will be in the future. Okay, so leading up to the stages of addiction, stage one is experimental use, trying it out of curiosity. You see that it's a norm and everyone's using it, so hey, why not I use it as well? And so you start using it with others and you use it on the spur of the moment. This can then lead up to stage two, which is regular use. You use it more frequently and you use it to impress others. They think that it's cool to use it and you think it's cool to use it as well. And so you start to develop a tolerance, which is using more to have the same effect as last time. If they're not too careful, they can go up to stage three, daily preoccupation, identifying with the drug culture. So this might look like they have a different change in their wardrobe or music taste. So now they're listening to music that promote marijuana, or they're wearing clothes like shirts or socks that have huge marijuana leaves on it. And so they start hanging out with other users and they start to change their behavior, which can lead up to stage four, which is dependency. You're now using it alone, so unlike stage two, you're not using it to impress others anymore because you're dependent on marijuana. You're experiencing possible withdrawal symptoms and it interferes with normal activities. So this might look like a soccer player who used to go to games and practices, but now he just rather use marijuana instead of going to those activities. To summarize our presentation, social hosting is providing a setting where underage marijuana, alcohol, or illegal substance use takes place. Why it's dangerous. It changes negative attitudes towards drugs, creates a greater accessibility, creates a false sense of security, risk of injury, DUI, addiction, death, and etc. Benefits of a social host ordinance. It's another tool for law enforcement to utilize. Many California cities, as Isaiah mentioned earlier, Roseville, Riverside, and Tulare County, have already adopted these social host ordinances. I would first like to thank you, City Council members, for listening in on our presentation. It was a privilege being here today, and the existing social host ordinance is a powerful tool for law enforcement to utilize. We now kindly ask of you guys to put marijuana on the social host ordinance.
Thank you very much. That was a great presentation. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Oh, Member Bredefield?
Luis?
No, go ahead.
Fantastic presentation.
Okay.
I have such admiration and respect for you young folks that are here today doing this. What school are you attending?
I go to Edison High School.
I go to Central High School.
Okay. I just think it's absolutely wonderful what you've presented here today, because I share all of your concerns, all of your viewpoints. And, you know, my concern with marijuana, it's become normalized. It's in our society. Everyone's saying it's not a bad drug. It's not a gateway drug. Hey, it's an easy drug to use. Well, you know, I've for 30 years worked with substance abusers, and I know differently. Marijuana is a serious drug. The potency today is not the potency it was 30 years ago. It's a very powerful drug. And you showed the pictures of how it's dressed up as something that's just nice, you know, whether it's gummy bears or, you know, suckers or whatever else. And, you know, I think the legalization of marijuana has also sent the message that it's not a bad thing. It's fine to do. And so, you know, I've opposed Prop 64, the legalization. My district overwhelmingly voted against it. Unfortunately, the city on 51-49% approved it. And so it's allowed us as a city to have dispensaries. Now, we are going to be putting out medicinal dispensaries soon. I think it's just the gateway to having recreational dispensaries in districts. And so I think that's an unfortunate thing. I get attacked for saying that. I'm, you know, very criticized for that. I'm out of touch. I'm out of tune. But you've outlined the problems for young people in particular who experience marijuana. They have all kinds of problems. And so I just really admire you because I know some of your peers probably are very critical of you. Do you get that?
Yeah.
What kind of criticism do you get?
Well, mainly I get criticized for, it could be anything really, the way I look, or like I get criticism from my parents because they're strict on me getting good grades and whatnot. And so, yeah.
What about you? Do you get criticism from your peers?
Oh,
Your age?
Yeah. For my, like, students at school and whatnot.
To relate it to marijuana, I get criticism from family members that say it's okay, that will get in debates with me over it. And then with peers, I have a number of friends that that use marijuana. I think it's okay. And before I got involved, I kind of thought the same. But now knowing more, I realize that it is something that's bad and something that kids shouldn't do. And I've seen friends that have told me it's okay, turn to the wrong side of the law and do things that they could have been great, like going to college and stuff, but now they're in either juvie or going to continuation schools.
Well, again, you're absolutely right. And unfortunately, we have a social media that says this is a great thing. We have our local newspaper that did front page ads, how to grow your own marijuana, which to me was a disgrace. So I think you guys are something special, and I want you to know that. And be leaders, because your peers need your leadership to speak truth. And the truth is marijuana is not a good thing. And you guys got goals, you got dreams, you got vision. Marijuana will disrupt it. And so thank you for what you're doing. I will certainly take a look at this, what you're proposing. I think it's a very positive thing. Keep up the good work and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Thanks.
And next is Member Chavez.
James, thank you for bringing the students today. Really appreciate it. I think there are times when you feel really old. You don't keep up with social media. Today was one of those days. I had no idea a lot of that stuff was going on with markers and other types of social media things that go on there. And I'm kind of aging myself, but I really do appreciate you guys coming and speaking to us. I think regardless of the conversation or where each of the council members, I think there's universal agreement that underage utilization of cannabis should not be happening, especially in our schools. So I want to thank you for the work you guys are doing. And, we're going to take the information and work with our city staff and see what we can come up with. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You guys did a fantastic job, and your leadership is greatly appreciated, and probably you'll be up here someday. I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse, but please keep up the good work. Your information is invaluable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, somehow 4A was tied into this, I was told. So 4A, a resolution. Yeah, the law, it's in support of Fresno City College Law Pathways Students Advocacy Project.
Yes, thank you. My name is Logan Tenerelli, and I'm a counselor at Fresno City College. I wanted to start by thanking Francine Kane and the City Attorney's Office for advancing our idea and inviting us here today. I also wanted to thank Dr. Carol Goldsmith, the president of Fresno City College, and my dean, Monica Cuevas, for all of their support and leadership and for being here. After I'm done speaking, Carol Goldsmith is going to say a few words. I wanted to thank Leslie Cunningham, the executive director of California Law Inc., for coming all the way from Sacramento this morning and flying out to LA tonight. And finally, Esmeralda Soria and Miguel Arias for your resolution in support of Fresno City College Law Pathways Student Advocacy Project. As I mentioned, I am a counselor at Fresno City College, and my background is that I went to Berkeley undergrad and then to University of Chicago for law school, practiced law, and then got my master's in counseling at Fresno State University, and now get to be part of the Law Pathways and Fresno City College families. Law Pathways is a joint initiative with the State Bar of California. It's a partnership of 29 community colleges and 9 law schools, along with their respective undergraduate institutions. It is designed to enhance opportunities and advancements in the legal profession for diverse populations, particularly those that have been traditionally underrepresented. And the way it works is that students take a pre-law curriculum that consists of 9 classes. They do 10 service learning hours and maintain good academic standing. And then they become a Cal Law Scholar and get special admissions consideration at our partnering law schools. They can be from any major and do this program. The list of partnering law schools includes UC Berkeley, UCLA, UC Davis, UC Irvine, Loyola, the University of Southern California, University of San Francisco, Santa Clara, and locally San Joaquin College of Law. Bullard High School and Fresno State are also part of our local Law Pathways pipeline, so we're working to involve high school students as well. At Fresno City College, we have 92 active students, over 300 interested students. Our students range in age from 17 to 50s. They're primarily Latino and primarily first-generation college students. We provide them with access to job opportunities, mentorships, volunteerism, fellowships, summer law academies, summits, scholarships, club meetings, and events. We have students going to various great four-year institutions. And we have 2 of our students here with us today who are each going to say a word. Their names are Kevin Green and Samantha Perez. I wanted to start by introducing Kevin Green. He's a United States Air Force veteran, a current California Air National Guardsman. He's a Fresno State student who's duly enrolled at Fresno City College specifically to complete our Law Pathways curriculum. He also won the 2019 UCLA Law Fellow for the Central Valley. He wants to be a judge someday and to attend UCLA Law.
Thank you, Logan. As it says up there, I am dually enrolled, started at Fresno State this semester. What Law Pathways has done for me as a transplant from Chicago, it allowed me the opportunity to pursue the realistic goal of attending UCLA. When I was 15, I was a part of the Constitutional Rights Foundation, which spent a week at UCLA School of Law, and we got to interact with judges, attorneys, different people within the legal career field, and that is what sparked my interest to become an attorney. Fast forward a little bit, I joined the Air Force. These past 5 years, I've been a member of the California National Guard, and having this kind of association with this leadership that the council has done, as well as Dr. Goldsmith and her partnerships with various agencies around the city and around the state, really has allowed me to take that dream and run with it and actually be able to achieve it. I just want to thank you guys for your support, and I look forward to speaking with you, engaging with you, and hopefully, sitting on the federal bench. Totally out of my control, I realize that. But hopefully, as each one of us progress throughout our careers, we are able to achieve and then give back to our local community here in the Central Valley area.
I want to say thank you for your service first and foremost. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for your comments. And who's next?
Yes, sir.
And this is Samantha Perez. She's a 2017 graduate from Roosevelt High School. She's still deciding where she's going to transfer to next year, but she also wants to go to UCLA Law and to practice environmental law and come back here and serve the Central Valley.
Hello, thank you so much.
Good morning.
So, as Logan said, my goal is to practice environmental law. This had been something I was considering for a while, but it wasn't until I became a part of this program that it became clear to me that this is what I want to pursue. This program has given me the opportunity to learn from individuals who have gone to law school and had legal experience. And not only has it really reinforced for me the importance of the law and people pursuing the legal field, but having that in Fresno. And I really look forward to being able to contribute to this city in that way. I feel that I've been able to learn so much from the experiences that our mentors teach us from their experiences, and it's really reinforced my decision and made me more confident in pursuing law school. So thank you.
Thank you.
In addition to opportunities during the school year to volunteer, we are also partnering for the first time with the National Lawyers Guild to host their conference at Fresno City College this summer in June. We had 9 students submit their own proposal to present on the topics of diversity and mentorship. They represent a diverse cross-section of our campus in terms of various demographics, and this is an opportunity for students to network with lawyers from all over the country, and the conference is going to be free for all Fresno City College students. Now I'd like to have my friend Laura Ward, who is a Fresno native, a local attorney, and a huge supporter and volunteer of Law Pathways, talk about our municipal court student advocacy project.
Hello. The Municipal Court Student Advocacy Project is one that would promote civic engagement and allow the students who are participating in the Fresno City College Law Pathways program to be able to assist their fellow citizens of Fresno in appealing municipal code violations. So the Fresno County Municipal Code, the Fresno City Municipal Code at section 1.408 allows any layperson to represent either party at an administrative hearing. The Law Pathways student advocates will receive training before they become participants in the program, and they'll also be required to attend observations to see these appeals procedures so they're familiar with the process. Once they engage in the program, they'll be helping appellants review applicable provisions of the municipal code, assist the appellant with making responsive arguments, and prior to the day that they assist with the appeal, they'll meet with the appellant at the campus of Fresno City College to discuss the issues. The student advocates are City College students, not attorneys, so they're going to be trained on state bar rules regarding the unauthorized practice of law, and they will be trained in part by local attorneys here in Fresno. And the appellants are also going to be very aware that they are using student advocates who are not lawyers, so they're going to sign waivers that indicate that they understand and agree student advocates are not attorneys. So once this program is underway, the appeals with student advocate representatives will be scheduled on a set day each month. Through this program, the municipal code sections that the students will become exposed to will cover a broad array of topics, including housing, such as substandard housing conditions, health and safety violations, and failure to bring some standard conditions within code requirements, unpermitted construction, dog licensing and dog barking violations, public nuisance violations, illegal vending, and parking violations. So the students will be working with all manner of citizens. They'll be working with likely individuals as well as small business owners, and meeting a lot of different people that they might not otherwise meet in their career.
And finally, I wanted to go over some of the benefits of service learning for students. It allows students to solve real-life problems, to practice critical thinking skills, to practice their presentation skills, to deepen their knowledge of the legal system. Also, on a personal level, it helps a lot with motivation and retention when students feel like they have a purpose and feel engaged in the campus. It allows students to network and to communicate with all different people: hearing officers, attorneys, individuals, citizens, landlords, small business owners. Students would work with a wide array of people. And in the community, they will be more civically engaged, learn about what it means to be a good citizen, do public service, deepen their commitment to the Central Valley, and be able to empathize with a wide array of people. Finally, there's some more information on California Law, Inc. and our Law Pathways program. Before I invite Dr. Carol Goldsmith, does anyone have any questions for me about the Municipal Advocacy Project?
I just wanted to indicate that Mayor Lee Brand, Member Chavez, and myself were all Roosevelt High School graduates.
Oh, wonderful.
Hey, go Rough Riders. And I'm also a Fresno City College graduate.
Oh, you're great.
Bay City, go Rams. And Fresno State, go Dogs. So, and then I went away to law school at McGeorge in Sacramento.
That's where my friend Laura Ward went as well. So
yeah, it's a great university, great school, and I've been practicing, contrary to my colleagues, for less than 50 years. It's been a while. It's a great profession, honorable profession. I encourage you to indulge in that, and that pathway goes to Fresno State as well. So I think it's a great community effort that you all are involved with, and your leadership is greatly appreciated.
Great, thank you so much.
And is President here?
Yes, and here is Dr. Carol Goldsmith.
The one and only El Presidente. Welcome again. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Well, first, President and all the council members, thank you again for giving us a little bit of time to share what we're doing at Fresno City College. I want to thank you for always allowing us a little bit of time to work with you as we're trying to raise awareness of all the wonderful opportunity that exists in our great city. The Pathway program is just one example of many of the projects that we're really focused on at Fresno City College, to be able to give our students an opportunity to have real-life experience and also practice critical thinking skills in areas that are desperately needed today. You know, some people might think, well, do we really need another lawyer? And I would say, yeah, we probably do. And more importantly, we need people in all ages who can think critically, who can take real life problems and look at them from a logistic sort of way. And this program does exactly that. On that previous slide, before I was called up here, we talked a little bit about these three benefits. The academic benefits, we know that these students that are in this program, the 92 students who are in a cohort, are much more likely to complete and go on to the four-year university. It's important. They may not all be lawyers, but they're all going to transfer. That's important. In terms of some of the personal skills, these are lifelong skills that these young people will take with them for the rest of their life so they can be advocates for themselves and for their families. And then lastly, something that I'm really proud that Logan and others have really taken up is that the sense of community needs to be more prevalent in all of our programs. Our first word in our business is community. We're a community college. So being able to focus on what it means to be civically engaged and engage in civil discourse and teach our students that public service is not just a responsibility and a right, but it's a privilege that we have. So this is one program that I'm incredibly proud of. I want to thank again our partner from this Sacramento. Thank you for making the way. I'd like to thank Logan for doing a wonderful job. And there's a number of other faculty who are doing the yeoman's work to getting this done. So thank you again. I really appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Congratulations to all of you. I think we take it out to the public for any public comment. Seeing none, we'll bring it back here, and I assume one of the sponsors would like to make a motion so we can vote.
So move.
Yeah,
Motion
so
by Member
motion
Sparius.
and second, I just want to make a brief comment.
Seconded by Member Soria. Member Soria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Just, want to say that I'm extremely excited as someone that has worked hard to create opportunities for our young people to have jobs and internships and mentorship opportunities as a trained attorney and as an educator. I, think that this is a great opportunity for Fresno City College as an institution and our City Hall to partner up in providing some great experience for our young people. And I'm excited to actually see Kevin Green. He was one of my former students. Congratulations on being at Fresno State. And then, we look forward to seeing you go to UCLA. So I'm very proud of the work. And again, thank you for your service. But excited about this opportunity that the City Attorney's Office has been working on for some time with Francine and also Doug. So I want to thank you guys for being partners and look forward to seeing this great program be a success. Thank you.
All right, we have the motion and a second. Is there any opposition to this resolution or motion? Seeing none, it passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming.
Next, I'm going to jump over to General Administration, item 3A, 3B, 3C, and 3D. This all relates to the airport, which is in my district. And Kevin, you have the floor. If we could maybe take care of all those at one time, or however you wish to do it. Airport Director Kevin Michael, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Council President, Council. Appreciate the time to present these items. We'll start with the first one, which is our noise program. There's been about a 2-year hiatus because the FAA wanted us to update our eligibility boundary. And so this grant we got allows us to proceed with treating homes in the vicinity of the airport, a program we've had in place since 1990, and we're looking forward to getting this rolling again here this year and next year and the year after. So if you have any questions at this time on this item, then I'm more than happy to answer them.
Best presentation of the day, no doubt. So thank you. And we'll take it out to the public. Anyone in the public wish to address this, please come forward. We'd ask that you give us your name and address for the record. Seeing none, back to the dais. So those are items A, B, C, and D, or?
That was A.
Okay, I'll make a motion to 3A. Motion to approve. Second by Member Chavez. Any opposition?
Quick question.
Quick question. Yes, Member Bredefeld.
Yeah, on the, we've done these remodels on these windows before, right? We're now paying $830,000. The question I had is, we've done this before with 1,200 homes, right? So I'm just wondering why it's costing so much money. Why can't we just use what we did, the same kind of, we must have learned some things from remodeling all those 1,200 homes. Sounds like, God, I'll leave it up to you, Kevin, to answer.
And actually we do. It is pretty cookie cutter. But that said, we go into everybody's home, analyze it, and figure out what needs to be done for that particular house. For example, some houses may already have dual pane windows. They might not be part of the project, but maybe insulation is. But when you're talking about houses that were built in the 50s and the 60s and even part of the 70s, generally it's windows and insulation and other things. And it is fairly standard. The FAA gives us annually in the past $1 million grant. And we use that to design and actually improve the homes, both noise and, of course, there's energy savings. So it is pretty standard. So the funding stream is from the FAA, and it's kind of on a regular basis, year in, year out. I would say typically with $1 million grant, say annually, it's about 40 homes There has been times in the past where they stepped it up and given us $2 million or $3 million. It could be an 80 home or 120 home program. But generally speaking, we can do about 40 homes per shot. So it's just kind of a rolling year in, year out program that had about a 2-year hiatus.
All right, thanks, Kevin.
Thank you. There's a motion made by myself, since this is in District 4, seconded by Member Chavez. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, passes 6-0. 3B, actions pertaining to the environmental analysis, et cetera.
Yes, item 3B, two things. One is to do the environmental work, both federal and state, NEPA and CEQA, for parking garage and terminal projects at the airport. We anticipate the process to take about 6 months. Or perhaps less. The second piece of this item is an AAR for this year's budget. We have the money for it. We're just allocating it into the program to pay for this environmental work, along with some other items, for example, a loan origination fee and some financing fees relating to the next item, or the last item, on the loan itself. So this allocates not only money for the environmental contract, but some of the other funds we need to expend between now and June 30th.
Very good. Thank you very much. Anyone in the public wish to comment? Now's your opportunity. Please come forward. Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve. Second by Member Bredefield. Is there any opposition? You didn't punch up, did you? Yeah. Okay. Member Arias, thank you.
Airport Director, can you remind us how you reached agreement to identify this firm to do the environmental work?
With this particular consultant?
Correct.
Yeah, so we did a solicitation, a request for qualifications, and received some respondents, and then we selected the one who we believe was the most appropriate for this job. What we then do is scope the work, price it out, and then we have an independent third-party entity come in and double-check all the prices, submit that to the FAA, and they review it, and if they feel the pricing is within a certain range, that the FAA will then approve it. But the real issue here is that we're able to get a third-party look at this pricing to make sure that is within industry standards. And so we went through that process, and at the end of the day, the FAA is going to say yes or no. And in this case, they said yes, we followed all the rules, yes, it's reasonably priced. And so now we're stepping back. Part of the process is also the FAA looks at the actual projects and makes a determination as to the type of, on the NEPA side, the type of work effort that's going to be necessary. So this work effort could range from anywhere from 4 months to 3 years, depending on the project itself. In this case, they feel it's from an environmental standpoint, that may have minimal impact. So the work effort under this contract isn't nearly as robust as it would be, for example, if it was a green field or something like that, where we were proposing to do that work.
From my understanding, can you help me walk me through why you wouldn't put out a bid for that versus a request for qualifications?
So for design, design processes are not bid because you don't know what that work is going to be from a design perspective. Construction's a different animal. Yes, construction, absolutely. But for design, no. It's qualifications based first, and then you sit down with that consultant and you say, okay, these are the elements we want in the project. Now I'm talking about design, but on the environmental side, there's too many unknowns to actually price something out, because once you do select somebody, then you start a process to talk about what is it going to take to get the work done, and you rolled FAA into the process. What is it going to take to get the work done? So it's not known, the cost, right, or the scope.
So just quickly, what set this vendor apart from the others who responded to the RFQ on the rationale for selecting them?
It's relevant experience, meaning have they worked at airports of a regional or, say, small to medium size versus really a small airport, like, for example, a Firebaugh or an LAX. So to us, it's relevant experience to our dynamics, our situation.
Great, thank you. Call for the question.
The screen is clear. We have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, passes 5-0 with Member Chavez absent. 3C, Director Michael. If you'd address that, please.
Yeah, 3C is awarding a contract to build phase 2 of a surface parking lot out at the airport. It's to take care of an immediate need we have today. This is not necessarily looking into the future, but today, as you are aware, we are out of parking. And so this project was planned a couple of years ago. It's part of our current fiscal 19 budget. And so the plan is to get this thing done this summer. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone in the public want to address this item? Please come forward. Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve.
We have questions.
And do I have a second? Member Chavez, we'll bring it to the council for comments. Member Esparza.
Yeah, I had a question. So this is a construction contract, and I want to just be clear on, what is the scope of the project labor agreement currently being negotiated? Why is this not included in that? What is or is not included within that scope?
So my understanding is that the PLA, as part of the resolution that was passed not too long ago, was specific to the parking garage and terminal projects. That's parking garage. It's different. This is not the parking garage project. And it may be more appropriate for the city attorney's office in terms of the status of that. But yeah, these projects are not related to those work efforts that we were talking about with the PLA. These are relatively small projects that have been in the works for a while now, that we're just executing, along with a lot of other smaller projects that we do on a regular basis at the airport.
So in short, outside the scope of what's being negotiated currently?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. Just have a quick question for you, Kevin. So you just mentioned in your previous comments that when you go to construction, that's when you go out to bid. Is that correct? Did I hear that? That's when you usually go out for, or put an RFP for bids on construction?
For construction,
Yeah.
yes.
So, and this is a construction?
This is strictly construction, 100% construction.
Did we go out to bids?
Yes, we did.
On the material, I guess on the staff report and so forth, I don't notice any of the bids. Am I looking at the wrong stuff? I know that there's a site map and the agreement, but I didn't notice any bids. Can you speak to that?
Yes, so this is under the job order contracting process where, and in fact, on this particular pricing was that the city piggybacked on another agency's process, and we've got an individual here from the purchasing division to talk about that process. So it was competitively bid that we are piggybacking on, and I will say this. So when we built the international facility in 2006, we used the exact same process. Basically, it was a competitively bid package of information by another agency that we or other agencies can piggyback on. So there is a competitive bid process that we looked at. And what's interesting, when we look at these numbers for this project, it's right within the budget that we anticipated to be. So that was kind of our verification that, yes, we're getting this thing priced out correctly with this process. But beyond that, I have, again, Alex, who's here from purchasing, can get some specifics.
Can you guys explain that process? I guess I'd like to understand. When do we make the decision? Who makes the decision when we use competitive bidding, where we put out the RFP versus piggybacking? I'd like to understand that process. So I don't know, whoever can speak to that, please.
We also have Brandon here. And Doug, if you don't mind,
Yes.
Brandon might be helpful in this discussion as well.
Well, yes. First of all, competitive process is required for all public works of improvement over $138,000, which applies here. So that competitive process must be performed, but state and local law allows us to utilize another public entity's competitive process and borrow on that too, or piggyback. Now, the choice of whether to do that or do our own bidding initiates with staff, but ultimately it's up to council.
When you're answering those questions, I want to know why it is that we chose to piggyback versus putting the bid out ourselves. And who made that decision?
And I can address that one. So really it's schedule, timing. So we had the opportunity, well, this was already established through the purchasing division before we we're designing and getting this project ready to bid. We had the project ready to bid, but when we found out that we had this opportunity, it was our ability to get this thing executed here this summer instead of some months longer because of us bidding it out as maybe we would normally do it. And again, we in the airport looked at the pricing, and if the pricing was higher than what we believe it should be or higher than what the estimate was, then we would say, no, time out. But it turns out this pricing was very competitive. It was, within the legal framework that we're able to do it, and that's why we decided to bring this forward, because it was right within the budget.
And Kevin, you should know the challenge for us is that whenever we do a construction project, the agenda item includes who responded to the bid, the cost of each bid, so we know whether it's a $500,000 difference. In this case, we don't know who else bidded. We don't know what the difference is. Right. We don't know what your estimate cost is, nor what, we just know the final price that you're recommending. So if we're going to do piggyback opportunities, I'd like to still get a staff report where that final price range came in compared to what the market's putting out.
Yeah, and let's let Alex give you a little bit of background on that process.
So just to speak a little bit about the pricing and how that's determined. Again, these are all local contractors on this JOC. The pricing is based upon a factor that is then applied to pre-priced tasks. So the scope of work is going to be pre-priced out based upon a construction task catalog, and then the contractor's pricing factor is then applied to that. So it's not that. So the competitive price, everybody would have those costs based on the pre-priced tasks, and then the thing that's unique is the factor, which allows you to choose the lowest bidder. So to answer your question regarding the different prices from the different contractors, this would be the lowest priced contractor based on the factor, and everybody else would have those pre-priced costs.
Who were the other bidders and what were their price points?
So we don't have because we didn't apply the factor to the pre-price costs for the other contractors.
Got it.
We just used the lowest factor one.
Yeah, thank you. And I trust your guys' judgment. I'm just very much more preferred to check and verify. And when it's attached to the agenda items, we can verify that the lowest bidder is the lowest bidder. In this case, when you piggyback, I don't think we have access to that information. Thank you.
I might interject. We'll see if we can provide some information on how that process works. I think the methodology of that particular process prices competitively the job task out prior, and then it's just a matter of tabulation later. So we can see if we can provide some type of information on the competition in the staff report in the future.
And Assistant City Manager, thank you for that. I think we're all comfortable with the item. It's just that we're used to seeing all the lowest bidders, all the contractors being told up front that's a piggyback contract. In this case, we just got the contract, the price, and no real clarity on whether we put it out to bid and, insurance that we got the lowest bid. But just in the future, maybe it's just a line on the agenda item that clarifies that it's a piggyback contract and then it was bidded by whom and when it was done.
We'll figure out a way to make
Thank
it
you.
more clear.
Right.
The timing of it, because you mentioned the timing. What's so critical about the timing? Is it expending the dollars? I'm just curious.
It's because we're out of parking.
Okay.
I mean, really, it's because we are out of parking. And, when we get into our peak seasons, to park people on curb lines and to just have to not have the space, or even if you do have the space, when a parking lot gets up to, say, 90+% full, people are driving around looking for stalls, that increases the stress level like they're going to miss their flight. And that's one thing we don't want to do. And then they start parking up on curbs and landscape areas, and believe me, this does happen. So really, we wanted to execute this thing as quickly as we could, and we knew we had this tool available to us, vetted it with the attorney's office in purchasing. So we feel comfortable. Again, our checks and balances is we have a budget number to it. And the airport has its own JOC program. It's not quite on this scale, and we articulated all the pricing and everything for that.
How much under the projected budget is the current contract?
This is 3.15 million, and this phase of the project was right at about 3 million. Well, excuse me, 3.2 million. So just a tiny bit under.
Okay.
The grand total of the project, phase one's already under construction under a different contract, is 4.1 million, and we have in our budget 5 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just, and obviously I trust your expertise, but I'm interested in having all the information, and sometimes for me, going out to competitively bidding and looking at all the bids for me makes me much more comfortable, because I think that as stewards of taxpayer money, we should have, the best bid and hopefully the lowest price. And so I'm much more comfortable in that space. So I appreciate all the information that you've provided. Thank you.
And we can do that, absolutely, moving forward.
Okay, I think I made a motion to approve, second by Member Chavez. We've already been to the public, and there's been no reaction. Therefore, we will call for the question. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, it passes 6-0. What happens, I'll advise my colleagues, this is a District 4 item, so when I have a question of the nature that we're talking about here, I always give Kevin a call. He's very receptive to information and providing me with the details. So if you give him a call, he can certainly answer all the questions on any type of bidding. He loves his airport, as we all do. I just make
the
make
region's
that,
airport.
Thank you very much. Just a word to the wise. Okay, last on airports is 3D, actions related to approval of the execution of financial documents. Director Michael, you're on the floor again.
Yes, thank you. So if you recall, back in February, Council approved a resolution for us to apply for a $35 million loan with the California State Infrastructure Bank, Economic Infrastructure Bank, IBank. We then took the application, applied. They approved the loan at a board meeting, and now we're back. And I know we mentioned we'd come back, and now we are back with a resolution to actually execute the documents themselves. And that's what this really is. It's a follow-up to now that we know we have it approved at the state level to actually execute the documents specifically for the parking garage project. So this just puts the financing in place. We got more work to do down the road, obviously, but at least we can check the box with regard to the financing piece. Any questions, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Out to the public, anyone wish to comment? Please come up. Seeing none, I'll make a motion to approve. Second by Member Chavez. And Kevin, this was when you and I went to Sacramento and spent most of the day talking to this board of directors, and it was a big deal for us. As I recall, and it was a little bit tense, but we got it done. And what was the total amount of that award?
The loan amount?
Yes.
Yeah, $35 million. Yeah.
What was that again?
$35 million.
Yeah, it was great.
It exceeds their threshold is 25, and they made an exception for us. So they felt that this is an important project on the state level that they should be involved. Yeah.
Fantastic. I think it was you and I that made that happen, but we'll talk about that later. Anyone from the dais wish to comment on this item? Member Arias.
I just want to thank you, Kevin, for your service. And if we could just get like a legal memo on an update on the PLA progress, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, passes 6-0. Thank you all very much. Kevin, thank you and your team. Appreciate you guys being here and doing that fantastic work. Thank you. Next, we're going to go to the 10:30 item. Resolution in support of SB 230, sponsored by Member Bredefeld.
Thank you, Council President. This SB 230, along with AB 392, are potential laws that would impact our police department locally. Now, SB 230, which I support and hope we send a very positive message that we support, would basically set the standard for training across all 500 law enforcement agencies. It would help train and set a standard for all officers using evidence-based best practices based on sound research. SB 230 would provide California's law enforcement communities with the tools and resources needed to minimize the use of force through rigorous training and education, because that is the concern that for some in Sacramento, that police sometimes are quick to use their weapons, which I don't agree with at all, and see, frankly, AB 392 as another attack on our police, which is all too common. SB 230 would establish the most comprehensive use of force police policies and guidelines in the nation. It is in the state's best interest for all law enforcement to undergo the best use of force training possible. SB 230 would set a new national precedent in establishing statewide use of force policy requirements for all departments and mandate robust training for all California public safety officers on force scenarios, including de-escalation, intervention, and medical aid. In contrast, AB 392 would shift the standard that exists today of using lethal force from one of objective reasonableness in light of facts and circumstances to necessity, given the totality of the circumstances. So what that would do is discourage proactive policing, often fearing repercussions ranging from potential discipline or criminal prosecution. Police officers are naturally going to pull back. Knowing this reality, criminals will be given carte blanche, if not encouraged, to flee from officers that disobey commands, victimize our communities. Instead, cops and law enforcement agencies will be forced to decide how to do their jobs, weighing monetary risks and criminal prosecution guiding their thinking instead of the best way to defend communities from wrongdoers. In fact, AB 392 will jeopardize the lives of peace officers and those that are sworn to protect it. So there's a clear difference between the two. Now, recently, up in Sacramento, they've joined the two, SB 230 and AB 392. They're in essence trying to work out some kind of compromise between the two. But as it stands right now, AB 392 exists as I've outlined. It changes the standard, places police at peril, our communities at peril, and so we should oppose it as it stands right now. We should support SB 230 because it creates the kind of training and standardized training for all law enforcement officers. Again, I think we've seen in California, unfortunately, a trend where we're weakening criminal laws through Prop 4757, AB 109. We don't need to go into all of that. And weakening our ability to have our law enforcement protect us. I also believe that this is often, attack on our police. But I understand people's concern. Clearly, there's no greater responsibility than a law enforcement officer wearing a badge. And they have to have the utmost training and make sure they're making the best decisions at every possible moment, particularly when there's an escalated situation. So I would ask that we send a very clear message to Sacramento that we support SB 230. We reject AB 392. If they're able to work out something that is a compromise that law enforcement is comfortable with, we will know. But I'd like to make a motion to support this resolution and oppose AB 392. And we have Chief Dyer here, so I'd like, Chief, if you'd like to make a couple of comments.
Okay, we have a motion by Member Bredefeld, seconded by just about everybody up here. Officially, Member Chavez. Chief Dyer, good to see you.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you for having me here. I believe the folks that have put forth AB 392 are good intentioned for the most part, but I think they're misinformed. They're misinformed about the realities of what truly occurs out there on the streets and the threats that police officers are under across California. The number of assaults that occur against officers, which are on the rise, and the fact that we are taking more guns off the streets today than we have historically, at least in Fresno, and I believe that's true across the nation. So the job of a police officer is very difficult. It's very complicated. It's very dangerous. And I've often said that police officers are expected to know the unknown. to see the unseen and then to make split-second decisions with limited facts, and knowing full well they're going to be second-guessed after the fact by people who have all the facts. And it is one thing to increase the standard of training, which I believe is the right thing to do, and we've done that in Fresno. We train our officers on de-escalation. Every one of our uniformed officers are provided 40 hours of crisis intervention training, which deals with those that are mentally ill, de-escalation. We're one of the only law enforcement agencies in the country to provide every one of our uniformed officers that training. It is mandatory. We have included in our policy the fact that I expect our police officers to not only utilize reasonable force, but necessary force. It's one thing to include that in your policy and to hold your police officers accountable administratively to where, should they make that wrong decision, you terminate their employment. Or it's another thing to hold them accountable civilly. If they make that wrong decision and the standards that they're being judged by a civil jury is higher, and they punish that city or that officer, that agency monetarily. But to send a police officer to prison for a police officer out there making the absolute best decision they know how to in a split second with limited facts in a good faith effort, and then a court of law decide to send that police officer to prison and punish him, punish his family for a decision that he made in good faith is absolutely, totally wrong. And I know there's a lot of my friends who support 392, and some of them are here. And I know there's been many clergy that have signed letters in support of AB 392. But honestly, I don't think they fully understand the dangers of the job of a police officer. And the police officers out there today are doing their very best to keep our citizens safe, to keep themselves safe, to go home at night. They have no desire to start their shift and shoot someone. And so I appreciate the council's support of this alternative piece of legislation, SB 230. I believe it is the right way to go because it addresses the real issue. The real issue is policy and training and de-escalation and setting a standard for all California law enforcement. And it's no question we're paying for the sins of some of the decisions that have been made by officers across this country who perhaps have not had the highest standards. And but I don't think it's fair that California law enforcement officers be punished by sending police officers to prison for a good faith effort they made in a split second.
And if I could just add, Chief Kirk, did you want to come over or no?
Well, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'm Kirk Poole, First Vice President of the Fresno Police Officers Association. I want to echo everything that the Chief has said because I 100% agree with him. I have a few notes here. Policies matter. And there is a letter that was sent to all of you folks, signed by a large number of pastors in the city, asking that this not be supported and to support 392. I believe that there are several items that are actually incorrect in the letter, and one of them that I wanted to address is it talks about that 230 would not require nor provide any actual change to current police policies and standards in California. That is very, very incorrect. SB 230 just passed out of the Senate Committee on Public Safety on a 7-0 vote in support to send it out for consideration. So now it can be dealt with and work a compromise with 392. The very purpose statement from this committee on this bill states that it's to codify existing U.S. Supreme Court precedent and California Code for the standard of use of deadly force by a peace officer to justify a homicide. Additionally, this bill sets forth extensive requirements for law enforcement use of force policies, training and use of force statewide, meaning standards, and makes a number of legislative findings and declarations that I personally believe are true. And PORAC, Peace Officer Research Association of California, also has shown to be true. So the letter that you folks received, although well-intentioned, is actually factually incorrect on several fronts. There's an executive summary in a 2016 study that was done examining the role of use of force policies in ending police violence. And I was going through this very extensive study and an analysis on policy by police departments and what effect does that have on use of force. The end result was that they demonstrated through studying agencies throughout the United States that when departments raise standards and enhanced training and enhanced standards through policy, officer behavior and performance rose to that. So that if there's a need to change anything that law enforcement is doing, you do it through policy and training, not punitively, as the chief adequately stated, that if we make a split-second decision in a situation that is unfolding before us, and we make an error that is judged that way after the fact, to be able to send us to prison is totally wrong. And it sends the wrong message. And if the message wants to be sent that you want us to pull back, and you want us to pull back from policing, because I'm not willing to go to prison for a split-second decision, then we'll pull back on policing. But I think there's adequate evidence in a number of large cities throughout this United States that when law enforcement has chosen or been directed to pull back in enforcement actions, crime rises and violent crime rises. And as a result, criminals become more emboldened, officers are more at risk, but so is the public. They suffer the repercussions of increased violence and increased crime. So 392 is going to have very bad unintended consequences. 230 will have very positive consequences, and that is improving funding for training and improving a priority of increased and enhanced training for law enforcement. And that's what the focus should be. So on behalf of myself as the first vice president of the FPOA, with the 1,100 active and retired members that I represent, we wholeheartedly support this resolution. Thank you very much for bringing it up, and the rest for supporting it. We do appreciate it, and we thank you for your support.
I just want to say that the result, you believe, of EB 392 is that law enforcement will pull back.
Absolutely.
And that just makes sense. I mean, if you're going to be questioned on split-second decisions Monday morning, it's always easy to be a Monday morning quarterback when you're not in that high tense, situation where somebody is threatening you or threatening somebody in the community, and there's potentially a lethal force that has to be used. If you're risking your own life, you're risking the community by having a standard of reasonableness versus necessity, it's a whole different thing. And so we don't want to place our community at risk. We don't want to place law enforcement at risk. What you do, all law enforcement, is a very difficult job. I would not want to do it. Most of us would not want to do it. You deal with some people who are very dangerous, who are criminals, and nobody ever excuses inappropriate behavior by law enforcement. We've seen it, and those people who truly engage in inappropriate conduct need to be held accountable, always. The badge is a high calling, and there's a high standard when you put on a badge and have a gun. Nobody disputes that, and we all set that standard, and it's a high standard. At the same time, we need to be supporting our law enforcement and making sure that you go home safe, our community is safe, and AB 392 works against that. There's no question. SB 230 sets standards of training for all law enforcement that's equal across the board. And so I appreciate what all of our police department does every day, all the men and women across the country and in our community, and we thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now take it out to the community. Is there anyone out there that wishes to address this issue? Please come forward and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. I see a brave soul coming forward. Give us your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes, sir. Thank you for being here.
Great. Council President Caprioglio, I'm Mike Carbasi, and my address is 2789 West Decatur in Fresno. I understand the frustration, the genuine frustration people may have regarding lethal use of force, but a lot of that is because of things like Facebook and media and even Nextdoor, which kind of blows things out of proportion. And handpicking facts, some actual facts with training is that from 2016 to 2017, there has been an over 30% drop in this state from lethal use of force by our peace officers. And a lot of that, again, is because of training. They don't also mention in the media how a majority of those cases are things like active shooters or people that are threatening our kids in a school, where our law enforcement has to respond to those lethal situations. The other fact is that when you look at the total number, it was about 130 in 2017 statewide. That's 4 millionths of 1%, not 1%, but a very, very tiny number. SB 230 compared to AB 392 is a more appropriate response because it does focus on training, which is going to encourage outcomes. It'll also keep our officers safe. I'm fully convinced that if an officer hesitates because of 392, because we're going to criminalize split-second decisions, we're going to have, I don't know what their names are, but there will be officers in the state that will die because of that. And a gang member doesn't have an assembly bill preventing them from using force. Our officers are members of our community too, and they have to respond. It has a broad base of support. PORAC and FPOA, our local police officers associations, in support of it. But your support also sends a message to our community that we are committed to actually keeping not only our community safe, but we're actually serious about backing up our officers and giving them the tools they need to keep this community safe. But I want to talk for a second about the letter. I know you received the letter. I read the letter. The concerns of our faith-based community are absolutely... You haven't received the letter? Okay. So I read the letter. You haven't received the letter. I just want to say that the concerns of the community are absolutely valid. While I question the facts they're using to reach those conclusions, the emotion is valid. And the best thing you can do, because you are the elected representatives, you have to make the tough choices. The best thing you can do is to support a realistic and responsible legislative measure, SB 230, to address this problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in our community wish to come forward? Now is your opportunity. Okay, thank you very much. Give us your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, Jay Justice on behalf of Black Collar Life and blackcollar.org, a true nonprofit organized union. We wanted to bring forth the fact of matters concerning police officers, escalating situations, and demeanorism, tone of voice, professionalism, things of that nature. We have tons of video footage on behalf of our organization and our advocacy of such things. We document such things and we bring it to focus by ways of outreach and education to the general community as well as our organization and our members of our organization. We feel that it is very, very important that policing officers, those in uniform, those in a badge, and as well as security officers, because they also wear a badge and a uniform, that they remain calm in situations that don't pertain to violence at all, that are dealing with a lot of issues like homelessness or loitering or, suspicions of various different things, where we can provide proof via multimedia footage of officers escalating situations to the point where they end up putting someone in handcuffs, or the officer ends up raising their tone to a person that is talking at a very normal, tone. So that's our concern, and we see it being a very, very huge issue in our community, mainly amongst the homeless community and those that are possibly looked down upon throughout the community. And with that, we want it to be clear too that we're not attacking anyone here. We're not here to come and attack the police department here in Fresno. That's not my stance. That's not our stance. But the issue is the issue.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else like to come forward? Now is your opportunity. Name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Debbie Nard, and I live at 3550 West Spruce Avenue. And I just found out about this bill Monday night, but I have been involved somewhat as a citizen with law enforcement over the years. I have had an ongoing crime situation in my neighborhood, and I have taken the Citizens Police Academy. I've been on several ride-alongs. I served on Chief Steyer's advisory board for just under 5 years, I believe. And I also was the Northwest Fresno Neighborhood Watch resident. At this time, I really think that we're kind of living in somewhat of a lawless society. A lot of crimes have been decriminalized. There's quite a bit of things that there seem to be a lack of respect for the police. People seem to think that they can do whatever they want. I have, actually been on the training film where I participated in the training film where they train the officers on, and it's a split second. If you think about what you're doing for 1 second too much, you're dead. So I have a great deal of sympathy for the police in this type of situation. I'm sorry I didn't really prepare anything because I just found out about this, but I would be very opposed. I was familiar with 392. I read about it, and I read that faith leaders were endorsing it. I was really pretty appalled when I did that. I also think that from what I do know about SB 230, it does focus on the training, so some of the problems that people want 392 for will be addressed with 230, but I am definitely opposed to criminalizing split-second decisions. Until you've been in that situation, it's very, very difficult to see how short of a time you have. Thank you.
You actually have 1 more minute if you like, but if you're...
I think I pretty much said my piece, but as a citizen, I feel like I do have as much experience as a citizen could have, so I fully support law enforcement, and I would like to see our streets safe. I don't want law enforcement pulling back, and we have seen that in other cities across the state.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else like to comment on this item? Please come forward. I think I saw a yellow card over there on the countertop, but Thank you, sir. Please give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments.
My name is Aaron Foster. I live at 2683 South Mardale, and I'm related to both ends. I have family members that are peace officers, and I have a cousin that was killed by a police officer, and I believe that all lives matter. I don't think that we should be addressing split-second decisions where police officers' lives are at stake, because I would hate to see one of my relatives die by not moving accordingly. I think what's bigger is the people that be killed unjust that the police don't account for. I would love to live in a safe environment, and I really appreciate police that do their jobs. We want to address the police that don't do the job, that shoot unarmed men that are running, those types of situations. So fortunately, 230 and 392 have been merged from the information that I got this morning, and I think that's a good thing. I think that we should all be accountable for mistakes, and if some things are deliberate, you should be accountable for those things as well. So I support both, and I think that the city should support both as well, because one is not greater than the other. All lives matter.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much. Anyone else like to come forward and give us your opinions? Seeing none, back to the dais. Member Esparza, you are first up.
Thank you, Council President. So, I went to bed last night with the intention of fully supporting this resolution. I read through the language, seemed very reasonable. But I got up early this morning and had the chance to do a little more digging and kind of catch up on the happenings of Sacramento. And I think what we have here, just I'd say my light concern, is kind of a logistical inconsistency between what's transpired and what we've have here in the language. The changes in the legislative committee were not insignificant. They were substantial. I think they removed all of the language with respect to use of force. And I think it pretty much just left the training component, which in my eyes kind of renders this resolution that we have here, was written I think a while back, obsolete. So SB 230, it's a subsidiary bill. That means that it will not become law unless AB 392 becomes law. They are fully attached, with the Assembly bill having to come first. So I think, given the current circumstances, we've kind of mischaracterized the binary nature. Almost everybody who spoke for 230 spoke against 392, but they are indeed one measure. So I want to support this. I just want to hear the thoughts of my colleagues about. It just seems kind of silly that we would support something obsolete and decide whether or not to support something current or not support it.
Thank you very much, Member Arias.
So let me tell you some concerns that I have about this discussion. The item asks us to support Assembly Bill 230, but it doesn't provide us the actual language of Assembly Bill 230. It asks us to reject Assembly Bill 392, but we're not provided the language of 392. It's asking us to weigh in on the use of force, which is a significant public policy matter for our city, without any freaking context. These aren't light decisions. This can't just be a resolution for the sake of a resolution. These are serious conversations that the city we should engage in. This should be a conversation in a workshop, not in a resolution with no backup material. I pulled up the Assembly Bill, and let me walk you through a couple of the sections. On Assembly Bill 230, SB 30, to Councilmember Ms. Barza's point, no longer exist. First one is Section 5. The state will not reimburse us for any of these new requirements. You're asking us to sign up to a whole new set of requirements for our 1,000 officers, and the state's not going to reimburse us for any of that? Section 3A, Section 3, Section 2, which got added on. Chief, if you could attend to this. The officer is allowed to use deadly force including if it covers Section 2. The officer reasonably believes the fleeing suspect to have committed a felony that threatened or resulted in the death or serious bodily harm. That's a pretty significant statement. I have a degree in criminology and law enforcement, but I'm not the chief of police of Fresno. I'd like to know what that means. Does that mean that somebody who steals a box of pizza, or somebody who is running away from a hit and run, now is open to being shot and killed and use of deadly force? You know, people have referenced the letter of opposition that we got from faith leaders. I haven't seen it. Don't know whether a snail mail is a week old. I have not seen it. Chief, when was the last time that this city updated its use of force policy? And Chief, for the record, all my hands are holding on to each other. Fingers are all put away in the pockets.
I'm saluting you, by the way.
And I like you very much, and I appreciate the salute. And the birthday song, by the way.
Yeah. The in response to your question, in terms of our use of force policy, it gets updated frequently. It gets updated whenever there is any type of case laws that would require us to. It gets updated in the event that there is any type of an incident that we can learn from, that we believe that it would be important to change our use of force policy. But I can tell you that over the years, that each and every time we've changed that use of force policy, it is for the purpose of being not only in compliance to avoid any civil liability, to keep the officers safe, but also to keep the citizens safe. And so I can tell you that in our policy, the policy used to say that officers could utilize deadly force when there was a reasonable fear for their life. And that reasonable fear, as the courts have defined it, is based on what would another officer with like experience, like training, do in a similar circumstance, would that be reasonable? We've added to our policy the word necessary, reasonable and necessary. And we hold our officers to a higher standard under policy than the law does, than the Graham versus Connor Supreme Court standard. And our training is also higher than that standard as by Graham versus Connor, which is why I said I support SB 230, because that is what it is trying to do, raise the standards for California law enforcement in those two arenas, training and policy, specifically allowing for increased level of de-escalation. Our training is this. If you provide yourself more distance from the individual, you provide yourself cover, it gives you more time to make a decision. That's the purpose of de-escalation. So our policy gets changed frequently, and I'd say it's been changed at least within the last year.
And Chief, can you help me understand, when the policy or the use of force policy or any other policy in the police department under your jurisdiction, when those get changed, does it come to this body for approval?
No, well, it can, but generally it does not. It is staffed within the organization by the POA, by labor, by attorneys, by the city attorney's office, but generally not through the council. There are times when our policy is staffed through you guys.
Got it. Thank you, Chief, and I appreciate your leadership of the police department. This resolution, I support the intent of it, the original language of it. I have trouble with being asked on this council with no context, with no expertise from folks like yourself to weigh in on policing policies,
sure,
especially such a serious matter as use of force. Is historically that has not been our role. I think if you're asking the council to begin that precedence and insert themselves in the use of force policies and what is necessary, what is reasonable, it's going to make your job and then future chief's job much more complicated. So I have significant reservations with the hasteness of this item being put on the agenda with no backup material. I'd like to have a workshop, hear from the police officers, from labor, from legal, before we start micromanaging, use of force in the city of Fresno.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate
Thank you. Member Chavez.
Okay. Thank you, President Capriolio. Chief, thank you for that. Kirk, thank you for your comments. The gentleman that came up and spoke, appreciate it. I think, I'm supportive of SB 230. I seconded the motion. But here's the issue that I have with the two bills, where I believe what they're trying to accomplish is, and from far away from Sacramento, is something that can only happen at the local level. And that's building the trust between underserved communities and our law enforcement folks. There's no doubt that the city of Fresno needs to do a lot more work in that. And, you know, I think back of my years on the school board when, you know, I led efforts to put school resource officers at schools, middle schools and high schools. And I got a lot of calls from community members that had concerns over putting law enforcement folks in schools. And I understood what they meant. The purpose of us doing that as a school district, as a city, was not to put school resource officers there as enforcers, as those that would be punishing kids, but rather to change the narrative and the dynamic so that children that normally see a police officer come into their neighborhood and arrest their family member would change and shift that mindset to seeing them as somebody that actually helped them, that was a counselor, that was a resource for issues that they were having at home. And just yesterday, we had a school resource officer that went above and beyond and is actually working with a family that lost a loved one and was out collecting donations for the family that's going through some hardship. And that's Officer Lloyd that's doing a great job in Southeast Fresno. And so I understand the conversation that we're having. I think this is going to require more conversation, but more than that, more than beyond just the policy, I think it requires a good faith effort between our law enforcement folks and the community at large on establishing and strengthening that trust, which we know actually helps our communities. And I do want to thank the chief, and we've got a lot of captains and sergeants that are out there doing the work, not because a policy tells them to do that, but because they know that it's the right thing to do for our community. And I think that's the direction that we want to go. So I'm going to be supporting this, but I appreciate the conversation.
Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. So, you know, I echo many of the sentiments that were shared up here by my council colleagues, and I want to thank the chief for his comments. Chief, I just wanted to ask you an additional question, since all of us value your expertise and take your advice very seriously. So I'm supportive of you know, what Senator Ana Caballero is trying to do and address the multitude of issues that impact law enforcement. At this time, so we know that this legislation, both now they're joined together and it's moving forward. In your experience, and I think in terms of your leadership to us, what do you recommend this body to do as we move forward? Is it premature for us to present something that says support this and oppose this, as you know that this legislation is moving forward in negotiation? And so if you could answer that, because I think that one of the main issues is really what we're doing here locally. And I appreciate the work that you and your captains are doing in every district to really build on what he's saying, the trust. Really that this is, you know, what it comes down to, the community trust in what your officers are doing in our neighborhoods.
Well, I think it is important that this council support in concept what is attempting to be done through SB 230 in raising the standards of California law enforcement through policy and training and the emphasis on de-escalation. I think that is critical for this council to support that, and also to really oppose any type of legislation that would criminalize those split-second decisions by officers. Obviously, if there's an officer out there that is has ill intentions, who intentionally violates the law, that's totally different. But that's not what AB 392 is talking about. Mm-hmm. So I think conceptually it is important for this council to support those efforts, even though some may say this is premature, and there are amendments, as we know. There are going to be amendments along the way to 392 and SB 230, as there already are, as my understanding to SB 230. I just got an email from Damon Kurtz, who's the second vice president of PORAC, about some of those amendments. So, but I think conceptually, what is being brought before the council Maybe it's not specific to how SB 230 is written because it is changing as we speak. However, conceptually, I think it's important to do those things that that we talked about today.
So to the maker of the motion and to the, I think Councilmember Chavez who made the second, would you guys be open to that? Because
To what?
To take kind of the lead of what
I
the
think what
chief
Chief
said
Dyer-
in terms of saying in concept, because I am supportive of what SB 230 is trying to do as it's moving along, right?
Well,
in concept
I don't know what in concept means. SB 230 says very specifically about training. I support SB
absolutely.
230, period. I'm opposed to AB 392. I think we need to take that message. Even though they've been married together, it has not changed yet. And I think if I'm clear from the police chief, he is saying he would prefer that we support SB 230 and oppose AB 392. I know that's the position of the Police Officers Association. I know that's the position of Damon Kurtz, who you just mentioned, and I assume that's your position as well, Chief.
Yeah, I think it's, even though SB 230 is changing and 392 is changing, conceptually what SB 230 is attempting to do is raise the standards of law enforcement training, raise the standard of policy, and emphasize de-escalation. That's what SB 230 stands for. 392 is about changing California law to criminalize those types of actions by officers. So however it is said and however it is formalized, whether it's supporting SB 230 in concept, knowing that there are going to be some modifications, or supporting it in its current form and opposing 392, those are, I think we're saying the same thing. I just know that the process at the legislative level is not done yet. There's going to be some modifications, right? But I think it is important now that we send the message that we are supportive of this process, the SB 230 language or the attempts that SB 230 is doing.
So Chief, I have a question for you and Kurt at the same time, and I'm just trying to get
Well,
really clear.
Hold on, excuse me. Okay, folks. Member Bertafield has the floor. Next is Member Esparza, who's punched up. If you want to speak, please punch up or let me know with a tap.
Okay.
So you'll be next.
Kirk, you're representing FPOA. I want to be clear here because I don't think we're being clear in terms of fully supporting SB 230 and rejecting AB 392. Is that your position? Even though
Can you
there's
clarify what you just last said, please?
Yeah. I want to know if your position representing the 800 or so police officers is that to support SB 230 and to reject AB 392, even though they've merged right now, even though there is negotiations going on. I understand that. Things can change. What AB 392 does is criminalize your job. What SB 230 does is set a standard for all kinds of training in these very difficult, but volatile situations. That's what it is today. And I don't want us to confuse with political language something that we're trying to support or oppose. And I think we should be very clear about that.
What you just said, I fully agree with. And what the chief just said is these two bills, yes, they're married together, and there's going to be compromise trying to come up with a final bill. What the chief just said, I just want to echo 100%. I and the FPOA support. It has to do with the concept, the idea going forward. Are we going to criminalize our split-second decisions and send cops to prison?
Which is AB 392.
That's 392. Or are you going to support the concept of setting higher standards, better and more training statewide that we begin responding to as police officers in our performance? Which way are you going to go? Because they are on a fork that go in diametric opposite directions.
Okay, and I want to be clear that you support SB 230, would like us to support it, and oppose AB 392. Is that correct or not?
Correct. So what we are asking as the representative, what I'm asking as representative of the Fresno Police Officers Association, is to support this resolution that in concept moves forward to pushing forth the idea of getting 230 more into law as opposed to 392 into law.
Okay. Okay, so, which is exactly what my motion is. And in terms of the comment about there's not enough backup information, I know other council members have computers. I know they do. And I know they have access to research because they research all kinds of things. I've seen it all the time. And if you want to find information about SB 230 or AB 392, I know it's very quick to get that research, even if it's not spoon-fed to you in this packet. I also don't understand when one says they didn't get a letter. I'm looking at the attachment to the letter that I got, that Councilmember Chavez got, that Councilmember Esparza got, and I see Councilman Arias and others' names on the same letter. So I'm not sure why they didn't get the letter. When it's asked as to why, we want to have a dialogue and ongoing education. You just had the police chief, I don't think could have more clearly delineated what the problem is with AB 392. I don't think we need a workshop for 4 hours. I think he was very clear what AB 392 does. It criminalizes judgment of police officers.
I think, if I may, I intend to go to 12:30 and maybe 1 o'clock at the rate we're going through our agenda. So the question, I believe, was, would you amend your resolution? The answer is no.
Yes,
Member Soria, do you have anything else that you wanted to address?
No, I think that the chief's comments were clear to me, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Esparza, for the second time, you have the floor.
Yeah, well, my question seems to have been answered here. I was listening to my colleagues. I chatted privately here with Councilmember Redderfield. My suggestion, again, to avoid what I kind of mentioned in my initial comments as far as the inconsistency in the how obsolete the language here is, I think my thought is that if we struck the very last three words here, opposes AB 392, I think it's very easy for us. We've all here voiced our support for the actual language, what we have written here in the resolution. I don't think anybody has an issue supporting the training and saying that, yeah, we should be doing something about the use of force. But given the fluidity of what's happening with the folks the legislature that's actually going to pass this bill, I think striking those last three words in the resolution, I think, might bring everybody together here.
And then Member Redderfield is shaking his head, so I assume he does not want to do that.
Absolutely not. I think the chief was very clear about AB 392. We should oppose it.
Okay, the screen is clear. Let's do an electronic vote. Okay, we're going to go to 1 o'clock today, apparently. So, next.
I just want to clarify that the need for it being added in the backup material is not for my purpose, it's for the official record. As you know, bills change every day. I'm supportive of the 230 as originally written. I don't know what it looks like right now. It's evolving every single minute. If tomorrow 230 is 392, that's not my intention, is to support that. That's why it's really important that we add the material as part of the official record. So I want to be crystal clear. My support today is for the original bill as written, 230. How it evolves, if it evolves into half of 392, that's not where I stand. So, and I want to be crystal clear that FPOA and the police chief are asking us to support 230 as originally written. That's the case.
Okay, hold on, folks. There's a resolution that was presented by Member Redderfield. I think it speaks for itself. I'd like to get to a vote.
Yeah, but I think he asked an important question. Is the chief and FPOA asking us to oppose AB 392? And that's a fair question.
All my questions are fair, Trustee.
Not always, but this one is.
Brief. I think what you just said is what I agree with, and what you just said is what I agree with. So I think there is that issue, and that is that I'm asking that we support SB 230 as it is currently written, and that we oppose AB 392 as it is currently written.
Thank you for that.
All
Appreciate that. That's the clarity we wanted.
Well, I think we've got too much clarity. So I'm sorry, the public comment was closed. We're going to vote. This is an electronic vote. If you support the resolution, it's a yes. If not, it's a no.
And it is to support SB 230 and oppose AB 392.
Thank you. Please vote. After all that, it passes 6-0. Thank you. Next, we're going to go to the hearing to obtain public comments regarding implementation of the City of Fresno's proposed activities with the federal grant funding pertaining to the fiscal year 2020 annual action plan. Thank you for your patience. I apologize.
Good afternoon, Council President, members of the City Council, Jennifer Clark, Director of Development and Resource Management. Today we will be holding a public hearing on the draft annual action plan. I will be turning over the presentation to Karen Jenks, but first I would like to introduce her as our new Administrative Manager in the Housing and Community Development Division. As you recall, the Council has been very interested in developing capacity of the program internally. Karen comes to us from the Internal Auditor's Office with extensive experience in auditing financial and programmatic areas. We are excited to welcome Karen to our team. Karen.
Welcome, Karen.
I'm Karen Jenks. I'm the Administrative Manager for the Housing and Community Development Division within DARM, and this afternoon is the second of 2 required public hearings for the draft 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan, which was published on March 22nd, 2019, for a public review period through April 22nd, 2019. The Housing and Community Development Commission also held a public hearing on April 10th, 2019, for the draft Annual Action Plan, which is detailed in your staff report. The Council is scheduled to consider the action plan on May 2nd, 2019, and staff is available to schedule meetings in advance of that item for consideration with your offices if you're interested. Please note that the City's responses to the Annual Action Plan public comments is included in the staff report for that item. At this time, staff is asking that Council obtain views and comments through the scheduled public hearing. Thank you.
I guess I'll take it over.
President Capriolio.
Oh, never mind. Here he comes.
Okay. Thank you for that presentation. Anybody in the public wish to comment on this, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll bring it back up here. Yes, sir. You give us your name, please. You have 3 minutes.
Jay as a lean mob on behalf of blackcollar.org and Black Collar Life. Currently homeless, representing the homeless as an advocacy. We would like to get some of these things in basic language, you know, for those of us that aren't graduates, high school, college. Can we get some basics regarding government funding? Is that, you know, can we get a breakdown? Is that possible?
Thank you. Anyone else wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, bring it back up here. Member Soria. Anybody else want to? No.
Thank you, Council President. Just wanted to thank the staff for the presentation. I know that the subcommittee also met this week to have a discussion about how what is presented in the action plan and some suggestions in terms of what we're doing with, in particular with the dollars, and I think it's about $1 million that currently is being recommended to fund nonprofit public facilities. We've had this discussion, I think, for the last few years about the deferred maintenance and other gaps that exist in terms of needs in our community, like the need to build a senior center, a multi-general center, and seeing what opportunities we can utilize to, one, improve our existing amenities that we have, and to add to them when possible. And so, at least from the subcommittee's perspective, I know that there's an interest in kind of shifting gears with the dollars that are being allocated, not only for public for facilities of nonprofits. I believe strongly in looking at how we can prioritize those dollars to upgrade the deferred maintenance or the facilities that we have, like our parks, our restrooms, our community centers, and so forth. So when we have a chance to actually vote on it, I know that today we're not voting, we're just kind of taking public comment. I just want to make sure that the staff knows that there is an interest in going a different direction, and also so that the nonprofits know that there's an interest in going in a different direction. We've also had significant conversations about housing, affordable housing, resources, and how we can better utilize the existing resources within this action plan as well. So I actually would like to see if the subcommittee can meet directly with staff, maybe to go more in depth about what we would like to see in the final action plan. Thank you.
Member Arias.
Thank you, Council. As chair of the CDBG subcommittee that the Council established, I'll be happy to facilitate another meeting with staff so that they understand. And you should also be aware that I have been communicating with the organizations that have submitted applications and been very clear about the city's need to redirect some resources into our city-owned public facilities, especially since most of them are in dire need and in dilapidation. So we'll follow up with everyone, and I think staff has some direction for us to focus back our resources back in-house for this upcoming year, and then make sure that we invest in some long-term sustainable housing projects for the city of Fresno. Thank you all.
Screen is cleared. I'd also like to include the multi-generational center in that dialogue, along with the other items that my colleagues on the subcommittee brought up. So with that, we'll close our public comment on that issue. I don't think it's a voting item today. So next, I'm going to take a chance here. We're going to do the 1045 item. We have a lunch meeting scheduled, and we want to hear that, but we're going to try to do the 1045 joint meeting of the successor agency. This is two items, 1045, 1050 on Hotel Fresno. So hopefully we can do this in a rapid manner. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. The Hotel Fresno project is located in a new opportunity zone created by the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 2017. The developer and its tax indicator have secured Bank of the West as an opportunity zone investor. The zone rules require that for this investment to qualify, the project must be transferred to a new legal entity created after the effective date of the regulations. So to meet that condition, the current owner, Hotel Fresno Apartments, is proposing to transfer the project to Broadway Plaza Multifamily LP. The general partners remain the same. They're APEC International and Deep Green Community and Housing Development. And that's outlined in the org chart that's in your packet. This is a technical change to facilitate the use of the opportunity zone and will not negatively impact the timeline or the city's position in the project. So the action before you helps Bank of West Investment qualify and enables Fresno to use this new, very important tool to attract scarce capital for revitalization and affordable housing. If you have questions, happy to answer. And I would just also mention that the developer is here today from Southern California, Eugene Kim. He's managing the member of the APEC International, the project council, Lefebvre Gujas, and the tax syndicator, Mirko Jokanovic. And I hope that pronounced that properly. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion.
We'll go out to the public. Anyone in the public wish to address this particular issue, please come forward, your name and address in 3 minutes.
Okay, it's Jay as a lean mob on behalf of Black Collar Life and blackcollar.org, homeless advocacy. Again, we're addressing the issue of the fact that all of these funds coming from the federal government seems like they're going to be fundled around, and by the time they've been done fundling around and shifting different accounts and things, that maybe the homeless community won't get very much of anything. And, as an advocacy on behalf of the homeless community, again, our major goal is to insist that all of us, as a united group of homeless individuals, keep keen oversight of these funds and how they're shifted around and how much actually gets to us and what's done differently to bridge the gap so that we're not doing something that's been done for the last 40 and 70 years here in the city of Fresno and still leaving people out on the side of the roads at the end of the day. People aren't going to be forced assimilated into treatment programs that they're not wanting to go into. If that's a qualification for housing, they're not ever going to be housed. If people have to be forced into educational programming, again, they're not going to want to be housed. If they have to be forced into some kind of religious programming or, endeavors, they're not going to want to be housed. Okay, so we need to come up with a solution that's going to address the current demographics of individuals in which we're looking to assist. Okay, vouchers expire. Okay, all of these funds run out at some point. There's always a time outage on every program. Okay, we need to look outside of what's already in existence and something that's new and totally different. We have drafted the plans for emergency, low borders, low boundaries facility that services men, women, children, and families, as well as elderly. Okay.
Jay, I'd just like to, this is Hotel Fresno owner participation. It's not necessarily addressing the ideas that information you have, but we're limiting this to the Hotel Fresno owner participation agreement. It's a shifting of funds for the Hotel Fresno. So if you could keep your comments to that item, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, on the Hotel Fresno, our issue is, as far as revitalization of buildings and restoring things, we're all 100% aboard with something like that. However, we feel like it should be done in lieu of not continuing what's going on already. If you don't change the procedurals for people to obtain housing and to maintain housing, we're still going to be in the same situation at the end of each day.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else like to comment on this item? Please come forward. Thank you. Public comment is closed. Member Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I do want to make a motion to approve this item.
I think Member Soria had.
Okay, I'll second it. And just to give the council a really quick update, this Hotel Fresno was built in 1912. It's about 107 years old. In the next 30 days, we're going to begin the long-awaited renovation of that historical gem in the city of Fresno. And when we're done a year from now, 79 families will have a place to call home in this historic facility. And thank you for everyone who's been involved, the developer, Bank of the West, the successor agency, and this council for not giving up. I know it's been a long journey, a lot of false starts, but in the 108th year of that building, families will be moving in and calling downtown Fresno their home for years to come and generations to come. So thank you for that, and I know this is going to be a great success when we're done with the renovations.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, passes 6-0. The 1050 TEFRA hearing on the same Hotel Fresno. What did you hear about that? Thank you, Mr. Lima, for being here and being patient.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Mike Lima, City Finance Director Controller. Before you today is a resolution approving the issuance of no more than $20 million in tax-exempt bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority, which will be used for the acquisition, construction, improvement, and renovation of the Hotel Fresno apartments. Under the Tax Equity and Financial Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, the governing body of the entity where the facilities that gained benefit from the bond issue are located must hold a hearing to receive public testimony and approve the issuance of the refunding bonds. This hearing was noticed in the Fresno Bee on April 17, 2019, and as of today, we've received no testimony either for or against the proposed action. Payment of these bonds would be the sole responsibility of the California Municipal Finance Authority from their revenue streams. The city will have no obligation or liability associated with this facility or these bonds. Staff recommends the council conduct the required TEFRA hearing and at its conclusion adopt the resolution approving the issuance of bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority. Thank you. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Anyone in the public wish to comment, please come forward. You have 3 minutes. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Motion by Member Arias. Member Soria, you're punched up. Did you want to speak on this, or did you second the motion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, passes 6-0. We do have a noontime meeting, and we will adjourn and return at 1:30.
Thank you all.
Thank you all very much. Thanks for your patience. We have these days every once in a while. So we're going to start with the 10:05 item, hearing to consider plan amendment and rezone app. And this is sponsored by Durham. Good morning, sir. Thank you for your patience today.
Ready? Thank you. Try to bring this PowerPoint up. Just come up. Oh, there we go. Start over again. Good afternoon. Ralph Cacciadorian with the Development and Resource Management Department. You have before you a general plan amendment and a rezone proposal, along with a development permit that's proposed by Ginder Development on some property, 22.81 acre portion, 11.16 acre portion of 22.81 acres owned by Russ Nakata. And in this particular project, it includes a development permit for a 164 unit multifamily luxury apartment complex being proposed. This kind of gives you an idea from this aerial that of the site location of the 11.16 acres. Overall, the 22.81 acres actually one half of it over to the left towards to the west of that subject line that you see is already designated office. This particular portion of the property has a general plan designation of commercial recreation, and we're changing that commercial recreation, amend that to a residential medium high density designation, and so the remainder is office is remaining, and the commercial recreation finally goes away on this site. The rezone then allows it to have a comparable rezone to it from the commercial rec over to the RM1 designation, all with the conditions of zoning in place. Again, with the proposed amendment and rezone, you're going to have a development permit where Ginder is going to develop the 164 unit apartment complex, which is a luxury complex. It also will include improvements to Bond Street. Bond Street is a private road. It is not a public roadway. And that is identified on this plan. You can see how many units in terms of the number of units with the buildings, 16 two-story buildings. You've got a clubhouse. You've got some fourplexes that are single-story. With that, you have 184 parking spaces that are going to be in garages, as well as having outside guest parking spaces. Pretty much with this type of project, staff is recommending its approval. It did go to the Planning Commission with their recommendation for the council to approve the project. You have before you the resolution to adopt the general plan amendment and rezone. You have the ordinance bill for the rezone itself to make the changes. You also have take action on the environmental assessment that was done for the project as well. And then, of course, the last thing is to approve the development permit, the site plan review for the development of the apartment complex. I'm here to answer any questions. And if you have any other questions, I'm sure we have people here who can answer those.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for waiting all morning for us to get to you. Next is public comment. Anyone from the public wish to address this item, please come forward. If you'll give us your name and address, we'll give you 3 minutes. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for waiting all morning as well.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Casley, 735 West Alluvial, Suite 104, Fresno, California. And I represent the Ginder Development and the partnership that's been put together to fund this project as both the architect, engineer, and to deal with the various entitlements. As Ralph said, this is 164 units of varying types. The majority of it is a typical 8-plex, 4 down, 4 up. We do have single story as well in the front. And then we have what we're calling a micro unit, which is a 1-bedroom, but they're not really that small, maybe 900 or 1,000 square feet, that are part of the clubhouse building. The breakdown of this right now is 78 2-bedroom units, 30 3-bedroom units, and 56 1-bedroom units. We have built all of these types of buildings before, with the exception of this clubhouse, which is going to be a new, more grand version of what we've been doing in the past. The clubhouse will have both kitchen, amenities, gymnasium. It will have a swimming pool, those types of things. But those will be all strictly for tenants' use, not for private outsource parties or anything like that. We've been, as Ralph also said, we were unanimously approved by the Planning Commission. We were unanimous 4 with the Neighborhood Committee. At this point, we've had we've had several outreach times with the neighbors. We've made some adjustments in order to satisfy some of their concerns. We've set this up. If you look at the site plan, which was up on the screen, but it's not now. If you look at the site plan, you'll see that we've loaded all the garages over against the single-family residences, and this is to buffer the units, the 2-story units, to get them far enough away from the fence line so that the people on the second floor don't have a direct line of sight into other people's backyards. We really had the biggest question that's been had about this project has really been about traffic at First and Ease, which already exists as a problem. During the traffic studies that we did both comparisons of what it is currently zoned and what we're changing the zoning to, and it was surprising what we came back with on that. The trip peak hours for what is possible for as it is zoned right now would be 456 p.m. High Point trip out in an hour. The apartment complex is 86, so you're less than a quarter of what would be possible using the commercial zoning that's on this right now. I believe that I've covered pretty much everything with the project. If anybody has any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. I do have a card from Lori Tidyman Jones. If you're here, please come forward. All right, maybe she left. Anybody else from the public wish to come forward and comment? This is your opportunity. Please give us your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Ismail Smiley Calderon, 2960 Illinois. Council President, council members. So my question is, for this proposal or recommendation, will the rezoning affect certain events like for example, the Grizzly Fest at Woodward Park? I guess that's my question. I don't know if there's an answer time here, but I know that one of the issues at Woodward Park is entertainment, or at least I remember hearing here a few times ago about the Grizzly Fest and how the noise level or the content was problematic, and how certain individuals or certain groups want a festival like that to happen downtown and not uptown or in North Fresno. So I'm wondering, would the rezoning of this for this housing also affect future events like that? That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to comment? Please come forward. This is the last call. All right, we'll close public comment. To the dais, Member Soria, then Member Arias, and Member Bredefield.
Okay, she's going to let me go first.
I think it's your district, so you would have priority.
Quick question either for staff or the developer. You were talking about the 2 stories and not looking into backyards, for example, along 5th Street or Omaha. So how has that been dealt with?
That's sort of, I can answer it. The applicant provided a sort of a site view elevation because those homes are going to be, those that are the closest are going to be at least 100 feet away from the property lines.
Okay.
They're going to be back out of the way.
If you look up there, you'll see that all the garage units have been pushed over against both single-family residences. And it's about 125 feet away from their fence line to the face of the first one of our buildings closest to that point. And based on that viewpoint and the height of the garage, you can't see the backyards.
Okay. I appreciate that, and I appreciate meeting with the neighbors and addressing those concerns. I mean, that's the way we need to do things, and I think we get some of those concerns addressed. So I appreciate that. I'm fully in support of the project. To the gentleman's question about Grizzly Fest, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think this has anything to do or have any impact at all on that. And I just want to highlight that, this is right by Nees Avenue. This is one of the projects on the SB1 funding, which is why it's so important for this street to get fixed. I mean, there's a lot happening on Nees. There is a lot of traffic there, and it clearly is in need of repair, and this development is right there. So with that, I'd like to make the motion to approve.
Thank you. Member Soria, the Member Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just question, I guess, for Ralph. In this area, since it's being rezoned, what are generally kind of the minimum in terms of density and the maximum density that we're looking at? Just interested in having a sense.
The minimum density that's being proposed on this in the RM or the residential multifamily high density is 12 units at the bottom, 16 units at the top. This development is at 16 units.
Okay, so it's at the highest density?
It's at the highest density just in that category.
In that category, okay. And then, I don't know, maybe the folks here representing the developer could speak to this. I just wanted to know if you could talk about the rents for these luxury.
Hi, Eric Jans, 1398 East St. James Circle. I'm one of the developers on the project. Our rents are going to be somewhere around $1,500 for ones, up to about $2,000 for threes. And that's generally what we're seeing in the market.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Perfect. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Member Arias.
Who's the property owner of that full piece of parcel that's being parceled off and rezoned? And not the company, but who are the individuals behind the company asking for the rezone?
Sequoia 2 Venture, Russ Nakata, is the owner of the property.
He owns the full parcel that...
He owns the full parcel, and I believe, and Mike Sanchez here might know more from past, I believe he owned a lot of the property early on that included where the Walgreens is, the restaurants and all of that. And in some aspect at one time they were looking at part of one of the subdivisions there on Niles, right to the north, that portion. So it was a larger piece at one time.
So it's fair to say that this whole property was initially envisioned as all commercial. Now we're splitting off probably half of it into residential. What's the plan for the remainder of the property?
We don't know for sure what his proposals are going to be. What he has remaining now is the portion that he has his office, because you have community commercial designations along Nees and a portion, where the Walgreens is and along Nees. That back portion, the remaining parcel after 11.16, that's designated as office. And Mr. Nakata, from what I heard, carefully picks and chooses the type of developments that he wants to see there that's going to work. So he's real selective of finding the right kind of project that'll fit.
Got it. In terms of there was reference to SB $1 and improvements are going to go into this area. How much development impact fees is this developer paying, and how much of that is going to remain in that area for road improvements?
I'll have to defer that over to Public Works and see if they have the answer for you.
Can somebody speak to it? I know there's going to be significant traffic increases and congestion and use. So what plans are we making, and what's the correlation to the gas tax dollars?
This project will be paying significant impact fees, both traffic signal fees, regional street fees, and new growth street fees. However, those street fees are for improvements. They can't be used for maintenance. But one of the projects that is slated in this area is dual left turns on Nees and First, and that is funded through our traffic signal impact fees. So they'll be contributing fees towards that work, but we won't be able to use those to overlay the road.
Is there any other traffic improvements that are going to be made on behalf of the developer to this area?
There are not any improvements being required of the apartment project, no. There may be some improvements required ultimately before the offices and everything else builds out, but there's at this time no traffic improvements being made. But to mitigate, they're paying impact fees rather than making the improvements.
Got it. So we don't anticipate having to do any additional road construction as a result of this specific project?
We are not.
Thank you. And then just one last question for staff. How do we define luxury apartments? Is there an actual city definition for luxury apartments, or is that just a layman's term?
That is kind of a tough question, but most of the time when somebody says luxury, it's the amenities that go with it, clubhouse, other types of activities. And the first thing somebody might think that it's, in its design and layout, that it's going to be expensive. And therefore, if it's going to be expensive, you're paying for certain amenities that you want in a resort-style atmosphere.
There isn't a technical term that the city uses, right?
I have never seen one in the years I've been doing this, so.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. It appears the screen is clear. We have a motion by Member Bertefeld, seconded by Member Chavez. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, it passes 6-0. Next is 135 scheduled communication, appearance by Joseph Munoz, and he'll be followed by Gonzalo Arambula. Mr. Munoz, you're welcome to come up and discuss your item. Okay, then we would turn the floor over to Gonzalo Arambula to discuss homeless being denied housing, etc. Good afternoon, sir. Please give us your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Council Member Caprioli, that's what I was expecting to Mr. Munoz not show up, because as far as I've been seeing in my almost year and a half being in Fresno, I've been seeing that many of the supposed to be community groups denying people like me. Then we pay taxes for so many years. I paid taxes for 19 years to this estate and not getting nothing. They trying to make me play crazy, or trying to make me play drug addict or alcoholic. It's 2 or 3 of the things I never going to do it because my Christianity. Now this Mr. Munoz is not showing up because he doesn't have nothing for us, and which is I see kind of disappointed from people like him. There are groups like Blue Skies, like Gateway Unit from West Care near the airport, are the same as the Rescue Mission. They don't provide nothing to us. I even seen people being dumped on the streets and not taking care of a Rescue Mission. They say they have an emergency unit, which is it's not emergency at all. A few days ago, they threw 2 people out of the streets. Then they medically cannot handle themselves. I mean, this is real big disappointment for the people that weren't we expecting something from those groups. To myself, I apply in many places to rent or be, and I've been denied it for everything. Blue Sky, they denied to me just because I'm on parole, but I've been doing my program as has been required by the state, which is I don't understand. Also, I've been even doing community work. I've been doing photographing people then parking in handicapped spaces and turning it into the prior council member Oliver Baines. And I don't get nothing, not even a thank you, which is completely disappointing me. Now, what I'm asking to the city council is to help people like me, that we're trying to do something better. We're trying to help the city. I've been helping West Care Unit in Belmont. I've been keeping clean the classrooms, and I also have been doing some community work at Pavarello House, but I don't get nothing back. I mean, what do I need to do for them to do something for me? I'm being sleeping right outside State of California building because I don't get not even a roof for myself. I mean, it's completely embarrassed for Fresno to do this kind of things to people like me. I'm handicapped since 1997, exactly April 22nd, which is DMV of California classifying me as a legal handicap, and I'm getting nothing from this state. So what I'm asking to you is do something for people like me, please. I don't use no drugs, I don't use no alcohol, none of those kind of things. And also, I'm not going to play crazy like they want me to do it in Blue Skies and also in West Care. I'm a person, and I'm being the best I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll go to the General Administration 3. I'm sorry, we need to do our contested consent. First is 1G, actions pertaining to land in District 2. This is pulled by Member Soria. 1G.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. My name is Jason Cammett, Chief Surveyor, Public Works Department. I'm here to answer any questions regarding Resolution of Intent 1129D.
Member Soria, you have the floor.
Yes, so I had originally asked to pull this item because we had asked some questions and we hadn't received the response, or at least I hadn't seen the response at the time. So from what I gathered, because I think one of the questions that I had asked was, is the applicant an owner of the property or the project's abutting of this vacating of the land? And then also, is the vacation condition on certain development of property? If so, what is the timeline to improve the property? And then the third question that I had submitted was, is the city currently maintaining the property? So I don't know if maybe just for the record, I know that you guys gave me or sent me an email, but wanted to see if you could kind of address those.
Yeah, I guess to answer one of the questions, the applicant is one of the adjacent owners on Devlin, and her name is Susan Flores. She wanted to vacate this portion of land. It's really a paper street. It's just dirt that hasn't been used as a road. It makes a perfect candidate for a street vacation, a public street vacation. This dedication came in 1887, and it hasn't been used as a road since then. So I believe certain other vacations in that area have reduced the size of this road as well. It's an 80-foot wide road, originally dedicated to the county of Fresno. The city annexed this in 1986 and redesignated the road as a local. So we shrank the road a little bit, and so what that creates is this excess right-of-way in certain areas. And as for Devlin, that portion of Devlin, that hasn't been used as a road ever. So it's my understanding that the applicant is, in the future, going to come in and develop on her portion of the road, which is to the northwest, And
What is she planning to develop?
I believe it's residential there. I think that's what it's zoned, but I can confirm that.
Okay.
The underlying fee to the road is owned by the adjacent owners. The city just has an easement right for public street purposes that we have not exercised in over 100 years. So the underlying fee would go to the adjacent property owners who own to the center of the road. And on the southeast or southwest, I believe, of the Devlin, we're getting rid of excess right-of-way of, I believe, 12 feet. We're also requiring them to reserve 6 feet for our street light improvements, utilities. And I believe that's it. Also, flood control has also an issue, but they're going to deal with that once the development starts.
Okay, perfect. So typically when we're vacating something that, say, here we have a right-of-way that we haven't accessed or we haven't really used for many years,
Right.
do we usually don't not charge for the value of the right-of-way? We just require folks to pay for vacating of the fees? I guess I'm trying to figure out what is our process?
Well, we don't own the land.
Okay.
So all we have is an easement right to it that we're not exercising. So what we're doing is removing that public street easement right and allowing the owners of the land, the underlying fee owners, to use that land for whatever purpose that they feel that they need to do.
And typically when we do these, we just make sure that they pay the fees of the application?
Yeah, well, they go through a feasibility study, which is $473. That gets routed to departments and utilities who also have franchise rights in there, and they typically will comment on if they want us to reserve an easement. So there's no utilities in there other than the 6 foot on the front of the property that traffic wanted us to reserve for their facility, so they can go in and maintain those.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for answering those questions. I'll make a motion.
Thank you. That was your knowledge on this subject matter is really impressive.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You know,
Well
I just wanted to clarify, and Councilmember Soria, we are happy to answer any questions you have about any items on the agenda, but I believe we didn't get the question from your office until this morning. And so if you could provide us ample time, we're happy to respond before the council day.
Okay, we have a
Thank you.
motion, and did we get a second?
Yes, Gary.
I'm sorry. So a motion by Member Redefield, second by Member Soria. Is there any opposition?
I do have a couple questions.
Okay.
Staff, I'm having trouble understanding exactly the location of this easement that we're giving up. What are the major cross streets?
It's Devlin and Weber north of Herndon. It's in the town of Herndon, in that area over there.
Okay. Did I understand you correctly that we're essentially giving up our easement rights in this property, but we don't yet know what's going to be developed there?
I'm sorry?
You're asking us to approve this for the property owner's future use. We just don't know what that future use is yet?
I believe it's a residential development that has not been submitted for a plan check yet. I think they're still developing their concept there. That's the applicant that initiated this. But when we look during the feasibility study, we look at these situations, and does this make sense? Is this a candidate for a public street vacation? Would we ever use this in the future? We look at things like that, and this, not only are we approving this for the applicant, but we're looking at it for ourselves as well. We will no longer have to maintain that area. We won't have any liabilities in that area other than the 6 foot easement for the street lights.
And you don't believe it's premature yet to do this, given that we don't know what the development that will be proposed there yet?
Well, I can tell you this. That area was part of the No Neighborhood Left Behind. And what has happened during that project is they have actually constructed curb and gutter, essentially cutting this portion of the road off. So I'm not sure why that happened, but at that time, if they were going to do that, the road should have been vacated and considered not any use for the city at all.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're not putting the cart before the horse. So if you guys are going on the record saying that you're comfortable in us taking this action before we have a submitted plan to the council on the development and what the impact's going to be there, then I just want to make sure that that's crystal clear for the council.
Yes, this is a perfect candidate for a vacation here.
Thank you.
The lady that spoke up in the back, are you Lori Tiedemann Jones by chance? I had a card for her. Okay. Did you want to speak on this item? Anyone? All right, good. Thank you all very much. We have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, passes 6-0. Next is 1M. Member Arias, pulled this item. It's an MOU between the city of Fresno and the county of Fresno.
Yeah, this is a pretty significant MOU for my comfort level to be approved on consent. It's a continuation of the current tax sharing agreement. Am I correct to say that? And it doesn't outline what the terms are. It just says a continuation of it. And it's a pretty significant item for both the city and the county.
It is. This is an extension of the existing agreement. We are currently in negotiations for a successor agreement. And we have been making some good faith efforts on both our parts, both the city and the county, to negotiate a new agreement. We've retained a consultant to do a study of the tax bases because the city does have some questions about the division of property taxes that we would like to have answered. And so we are expecting the final draft of that report to be ready next month, and we will be sharing that with the county and then moving forward with the negotiations. This is just an extension. This is not an agreement of any kind. This is just an extension of the existing agreement to allow us additional time to negotiate a new agreement.
What are the provisions of the existing agreement? How much is our share of tax sharing currently?
Our share, I believe, is, I don't have that in front of me. I will have to get that for you, sir.
It says on the staff report 21%, right?
Okay, thank you.
So is this going to in any way have an impact on the upcoming budget deliberations by the council?
No, it will not. No.
So we're not accounting for any additional revenue?
No, we are not.
In the upcoming budget?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a motion?
I have a question still.
Okay. All right. Member Soria and then Member Butterfield, thank you.
What's the term that we're looking at?
Right now, we're looking at the division of property taxes. Right now, there is a certain formula that is used to split the property taxes between the city and the county, and we are looking to see whether or not that is an appropriate allocation, and to see whether or not there need to be any adjustments to that allocation.
And when do you guys anticipate finishing the negotiation?
The negotiations will probably begin sometime this summer because we are currently, as I pointed out, we are currently having a consultant look at that formula to confirm its validity or to make suggestions to changes. And then we will take that to the county, and then we will start negotiations for a successor agreement. So I would expect that would happen this summer.
So this is for one more year?
Yes, it is. In case we do need the additional time. We don't anticipate it going to take that much time, but we just don't want to be constantly coming back to council asking for 6 months here and 6 months here.
Okay.
We are hopeful that it will not take a year.
Okay. And so this is, and I get that you're stating that you guys are going to go into negotiation. I guess I was under the impression that we had already been in negotiations.
We had started negotiations, yes.
What happened?
What had happened was that we had thought that we needed to step back and take a more thorough look at the economic terms of the agreement. And one of the main economic terms is the division of property taxes. And that we had some concerns that was not, that while it may have been equitable in the past, economic circumstances have changed, and that we need to look at that again. And so we asked the county to participate in a study. They declined. But we decided to go ahead and do it anyway because we feel that it is to the city's benefit to do that study. And so we asked the county for a little bit more time, and they have granted that extension.
One thing that I would just, just for the record and put out there for you guys, however you guys want to take this information, but as we are looking to attract industrial development and more do deals like Amazon and Ulta, I think that even aside, if we can't figure out a better tax sharing agreement holistically, I think that we need to start looking individually because, for example, Amazon and Ulta are two great examples of where we could have probably negotiated with the county and where we should be getting a bigger share because ultimately they are getting a big benefit from those deals and they didn't give anything up, but we gave a lot. And so I think that if at minimum we should, any new deal that comes forward that is of that size, we should really be contemplating and having separate from the whole tax sharing agreement. Thank
Agreed.
you.
Member Bredefeld?
Yeah, I appreciate your comments. I think they're right on. So we're extending this for a year. You're having a consultant come in to do an analysis, I guess, of whether all the tax sharing that is occurring and what you feel that we perhaps should be getting more of that revenue. Is that the analysis you're looking at?
It's in essence a basics look at going back to exactly how the property tax is generated and from where it is generated and for what it is generated, and then deciding on a more equitable division of those properties. So it really is taking very much what the cost of city services are, what the cost of county services are, and then running that through a model that that the consultant uses to come out with a division of the property tax revenues.
Okay, and this consultant, the mayor's office is hired, or is this? I don't recall.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fine. And so you said this will happen in the summer. Why the summer? Why hasn't it happened?
Well, right now they have already completed the first draft of the report. They're now working on the second draft of the report. And so we are hoping to get that next month and to be able to analyze it and look at it and then make arrangements for to present it to the county and to the county administrator's office and to let them take a look at it and then to start negotiations.
Okay, so why aren't we getting it? Why is it going to county?
No,
Why
no,
isn't
we're
this-
getting it first. We're
When you say
getting
we,
the
it
report
sounded
first.
like your office was getting it and then it was going to the county. When you say we, you're talking about the council.
No. What Jane is saying what Jane is saying is that the city will receive the report from the consultant. We will analyze it, finalize it, and we will use that as negotiating power, if you will, with the county.
Okay.
And the county staff and the CAO at the county has participated, even though they have not shared the cost of the study. They have agreed to participate, so their staff is at the table giving the consultant information to help inform the study.
Okay, but I still wonder, the council ultimately will make a decision on support or not, or whatever. I would like to see what analysis these folks come up with.
We will make sure that you see that.
Okay.
Yeah, we can distribute that in a trade memo once we receive it, analyze it, and once it's final and once we're done with some of the negotiation with the county.
Well, you're saying once before?
Well, you know what, I want to make sure that we're not showing our hand, if you will, with the county. We're going to be using it as a negotiation tool.
I understand.
So I will make sure that you see it before we bring the item forward to you for the final MOU.
No, but what you're saying is you're going to use it as a part of your negotiations.
Right.
I think we ought to be taking a look at it. If you want to have a closed session about it and discuss it.
Yep, we can talk to the attorney about getting this into a closed session item if he feels it's applicable.
Yeah, before you're going to the county.
That's fair enough.
Well, let's have the city attorney weigh in here.
We'll think about it, but I can't envision why that would be subject to closed session. It's not a real estate negotiation.
Right.
Okay. Well, I don't know how other people feel on the council. I mean, as a council member who's going to vote on this, I don't want to wait till you're completed negotiations. I understand why you want to do that, but as a council member who's going to vote on this, I'd like to see what that analysis is before you start going to the county. I think we have a right to see that and evaluate that and determine what that's about
That's fair enough, and I'm happy to reach out to your office and we can figure out how best to do that.
before you go to the
Before
county.
we go to the county.
Great.
Fair enough?
Sounds good to me.
I just want to chime in. I agree. I think not only for your office, I think I'd like to do that.
Only for
Well, so if you could make sure that the council gets the information, it would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right. I think we're trying to play 5-card, no peeky, but apparently it's, yeah, who knows?
I also know that county CAO listens in to our council meetings, so that's why I was
Absolutely.
trying to be mindful, Gene Rousseau, when he's listening in
Hi,
right
Gene.
now.
Okay, I understand.
All right, Nelson Esparza, you are up, and then Miguel Arias after that, and then maybe we'll get a vote.
Maybe. So if we were to not approve this, say it ends, is there like an automatic, and do we just stay within the same kind of cycle of what's going on now?
I believe I will leave that to the city attorney's office because they have looked at exactly what the circumstances would be. There are some provisions within the existing agreement for mediation and to get a third party in here. It's a rather, to my way of thinking, it's kind of a vague definition of what happens. But I would leave it to the city attorney to address those questions.
And the question is what now?
So if, say we did not approve of this, in the agreement or the contract expired, will we just kick into continue?
Basically, everything is taken case by case then. The default is what the law is, and then every time there's an annexation or something like that, we have to deal with it one at a time.
Okay. I do like the idea of a little more time rather than less time. And my agenda there is, I've spoken a few times on this council about EIFDs, CREAs, and I think using property tax increments to revitalize neighborhoods like the ones I represent. So I'd like to work with the administration on incorporating that aspect. It is separate, but it's very much related because ultimately the county could say no when it comes to the sharing of the property tax increment when it comes to those tools. So I'll get in touch with you folks.
Thank you. And just some closing thoughts here. This MOU between the county and the city, which I personally think is completely unfair, was first signed in 2003, 17 years ago. Since 2017, we've been doing extensions. It seems to me that we're at a stalemate in negotiations. The county is willing for us to pay for additional studies and for them to continue being at the table and negotiating. So, Gene, I know you're hearing. It's time to, close these negotiations and come up with a more fair, equitable agreement. And if the default for us is that we take every single project by project, so be it. But there's no way that this city can continue to give away $30 million in incentives to Amazon and only get 21% of that benefit as a result of a 17-year-old tax sharing agreement. And when it comes to the information, I know negotiations are negotiations, but we can't be in the dark. We need to know the exact analysis. The public should know the analysis. The county should know the analysis. I understand you want to use it for leverage for negotiations, but the facts are the facts. If the assessment shows that the county should be getting 90% of the tax revenue, so be it. We don't think that's going to be the case, but we need to be fully informed on every single analysis before you start negotiating, because this is a multi-million-dollar agreement that you're asking us to approve on consent with no backup material, no real update on negotiations, no real understanding on what's holding up the negotiating points. We can't be kept in the dark in this process. And if that means that we have to have a joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors to hammer out an agreement, then that's what we got to do. But it makes no sense for us to continue to do one-year renewals and expect us as a city to continue to be a regional jobs magnet and take all the burden financially of those magnets.
Will we continue the filibuster, or are we done? We're done? Okay. Do we have a motion?
Yes, is there a motion? I'll second it, but I just wanted to, if I could, 1 second, Council President. I completely agree on the Amazon and the Ulta, and I support it, and I'm fully supportive of it. But a point was made, the county should also have participated in that, and I think that's a very fair thing. When we bring these fantastic businesses who are going to create thousands of jobs, it benefits Fresno County, and Fresno County needs to have some skin in the game. They haven't. We haven't asked them, and that's really been our error not to have done that, and we need to change that for the future. I'm done. Thanks.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, passes 6-0. Item 1N, assigning office and parking space. This was pulled by Member Bredefeld.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Councilmember Chavez, I know there's other two sponsors, if you could just briefly address that, and then I had a question for the city manager.
Sure. So we should have named this one the Extra Very Friendly, Respectful, We Need More Office Act.
Could you repeat that, please?
The Extra Very Respectful, Friendly, We Need More Office Space Act. And so we attached actually a map that shows, the axis of the second floor, and the part that's orange is where the council essentially has office space. By the way, we share that with our administrative folks that man the front desk. But what essentially the purpose of this is to clarify, we need more office space. I think everybody knows the city's been growing. The needs on constituent services has increased during the summertime. It's like a little ant farm back here where we bring in extra staff to help and interns. And so this was essentially a way of codifying that by way of policy. Councilmember Brandow, and so, we put this on the agenda for that purpose.
Well, I appreciate that, and City Manager, I'm just wondering, you're obviously impacted, your staff is impacted, your reaction to this request and guess resolution.
Extra friendly, very respectful.
And I appreciate the opportunity to have the floor right now, and I will be as extra friendly and professional as possible, but I will be candid right now. So earlier this morning, Councilmember Soria referred to council as stewards of taxpayer dollars, and I feel this is a little ironic. I really don't think this item is the best use of city time or resources, and I can appreciate the constraints that we all have on office space. Every single one of my directors are feeling the pinch. We've had presentations with you about limitations at the MSC that FACTS is experiencing and in this building, so I can appreciate that. But, I've reached out to some of you to ask you what you need the space for. And I've heard everything from storage of brooms for community cleanup events. I've heard storage of water bottles for your community meetings. I've heard interns, as Councilmember Chavez just mentioned. But what this does is it displaces two of my key female executive staff members, Laura Gloria and Jane. Folks that I rely on daily to run this city, and I need a very close proximity to me. So having said that, I'm happy. If you will tell me the problem that you're trying to solve, I'm happy to help find a solution. But to displace two key staff members that are here more than 40 hours a week is appalling to me. I'll also tell you that since I learned about this item 2 weeks ago, I've been walking through your offices, or the ghost town, as it's been referred to often. And I counted this morning 35 workstations, if you will. Unless it's a council day, only 6 or 8 people are here. And so that's less than 20% of those workstations being filled. And so for you all to displace 2 of my executive staff members just to get storage for water bottles, I have issue with. the other item that we talked about, and I have staff in the audience to talk about it should we wish, but I do think the parking stall item that you're also requesting in this resolution is going to require noticing the bargaining units for those members that are parked in those 7 parking spaces. And if we do grant you more parking spaces in the south parking lot, that's 19%. Is that right, Jim? 19% of the south parking lot stalls that will be utilized by your staff when on any given day, there's only 6 or 8 of you here. So that's my 2 cents. And Councilor Bredefeld, I appreciate you asking.
You're welcome, but when you say ghost town, I'm not sure what that means.
I have to say I wasn't referring to your office because you guys are here every single day.
Okay, thank you. I know we're not a ghost town. Okay. Yes, thank you.
What about mine?
I'm not commenting.
What about mine? What about District 2? Is that the way you're referring to?
Yeah.
Or
And
District
for
1,
Steve- for
actually.
Steve, who's
What about your Economic Development Director?
You know,
or your Chief of Staff?
I actually have notes from the last 2 weeks that I'm happy to share with who's been here.
Hey, pardon me. Let's stay on task here. So Member Bredefeld, you pull this. No one's punched up on the screen. Do you have any more comments you'd like to make, sir?
I make a motion to deny this resolution.
We have a motion to deny this resolution. Is there a second? Dies for lack of second.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Member Chavez, seconded by Member Arias. I think we need to take this out to the public. I know this, everyone's dying to come up here and comment on this, so if there's any one in the public that wishes to speak on this issue, please come forward. You have 3 minutes. Seeing none, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? 5-1 passes.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to, let's see.
Council President, we still need to address 1L. It was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
All right, on our pulled consent calendar, 1L, modifications to the City of Fresno Deferred Comp Plan. This is sponsored by Retirement. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you attending.
The city manager during a break was able to address my question, so we don't need a presentation. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Apologize for your time here. Thank you. My goodness. We need a motion and a second on this. We did that? Yes. Okay. All those, is there any opposition? Seeing none, passes 6-0. Okay. Under General Administration 3E, approve the award of a purchase contract for street sweepers. This is transportation. Good afternoon, sir. It's been a long day for you as well, hasn't it?
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. Greg Barfield on behalf of the Department of Transportation. I'm here to ask your support to award a contract to Hawker for 2 Elgin CNG street sweepers for the Department of Public Works.
Thank you. Anyone in the public wish to address this issue, please come forward. Anyone from the public? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. There's a motion by Member Arias. Second by Member Soria. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, passes 6-0. Thank you.
Like our street cleaners, thank you.
Thank you very much.
3F, or actions pertaining to approving a contract for a change order. Council District 6 and Fresno County. This is Public Utilities. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. This is a request to approve contract change order number 8 to the construction contract with Mountain Cascade Incorporated for the Frank Kern Canal Pipeline Project in the amount of $694,310. This change order incorporates a mediated settlement agreement approved by Council on January 31st, 2019, and is the final change order to close out the construction contract for the project. The change order was recommended for approval by the Capital Projects Oversight Board on March 20th and will be funded with available program contingency funds through the State Revolving Fund Low Interest Loan. With that, the department recommends approval of the annual appropriation resolution number 2018-157 and change order number 8 to close out the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Anyone from our community wishes to come forward now to address the council, please do so. Seeing none. Back here, motion to approve by Member Bertafield, second by Member Chavez. Any council members? Miguel Arias, you punched up. Doesn't surprise me. Thank
Staff,
you.
as you know, I'm not comfortable with this change order, and I'd rather vote no against it. But since there's 5 of us here now, I don't want to put it at risk. So I'm going to go ahead and support it. Just know that I have significant reservations with this level of change orders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Screen is clear. We have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Next is 3G, actions pertaining to the requirements to rehab public
Motion to approve.
water supply. This is by Public Utilities. Apparently, they're not interested in a presentation. Sorry about that, sir. Motion by Member Esparza. Second by Member Arias. Take out the public. Anyone here in the chamber wishes to come forward and talk about this? This is the opportunity. Seeing none, we'll bring it to the dais. I have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. Item 3H, actions pertaining to awarding of a construction contract in Council District 6. This is regarding the Northeast Surface Water Treatment. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you.
Council President Dejan Pavic, Public Utilities Department. This item pertains to awarding a construction contract for the expansion of the carbon dioxide injection system at the Northeast Surface Treatment Plant to WM Lyles Company in the amount of not to exceed $576,250. Would be happy to answer any questions.
All righty, sir. Thank you. Appreciate that. Out to the public, anyone wish to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, we have a motion by Member Bertafield, second by Member Chavez. Is there any opposition? Passes 5-0. Member Soria absent. I think that is it. Oh, sorry. We do have the Records Management Workshops, pardon me. Sponsors the City Attorney's Office, City Clerk's Office, and ISD. The floor is yours for item 3I.
Council, if you will, this is going to be a joint presentation. I will go through the first couple of slides quickly, and then we'll leave it to the City Attorney's Office and the City Clerk's Office and Information Services to complete the presentation. So if you will take a look at your packet, you will see that there is a background of the records retention policy that we have within the city. You will see that Resolution 2008-243 established a records retention policy. There have been periodic changes to that as we've gone through the years. We brought forth on March 14th a resolution to change the electronic media retention policy and also to create roles and responsibilities for a citywide records management program. The council wished to have further discussion on the topic, and so we placed the March 14th resolutions on hold. Just a little bit of a brief background. We do have what a record is, which is basically any writing or recording that contains information related to the conduct of the public's business. We also have public records that are defined by their content and records that are, because of their historic nature, must be kept indefinitely. A record is not identical copies of the documents. We are not talking about extra copies or superseded drafts or manuals or other directives or materials received from outside agencies, nor are we speaking of transitory communications. Types of records can be either electronic and or paper, and sometimes they're both. Temporary electronic, such as texts or instant messages or voicemails. routine documents like letters, memos, and contracts, permanent official records, such as the kind that you most deal with, like permits, plans, resolutions, ordinances. We also have video of incidences and laserfiche archives. Those are the various types of records that we come into contact with as a city and have to have guidance and a schedule to guide us as far as how long we keep them and where we keep them. I will now leave it to the city attorney's office to take over the legal requirements and confidentiality.
Good afternoon, Council. Francine Kane, Fresno City Attorney's Office. The legal requirements for a records management policy are discussed in the next two slides. First, the city charter provides you the authority to set policy for records retention and records destruction. In addition, there are numerous state and federal laws that govern the maximum and minimum time that records need to be held onto by a public entity. The city's record retention policy will also affect how the city responds to Public Record Act requests. The Public Record Act's statutes have been enacted by both the state and federal governments. The federal is the FOIA, or Freedom of Information Act, and in California we have a California Public Records Act. Both of these require a public entity to make records available to the public. In general, the more records that are retained by an entity like the city, the greater the resources that must be designated to respond to PRAs for these records. And in addition to Public Records Acts, we also have Senate bills that can determine how long a city maintains records or whether or not they need to be produced. The most recent Senate bill is Senate Bill 1421 that involves production of police records, which we'll be discussing on the next slide. The city's record retention policy is also governed by laws that require mandatory retention of certain records. Mandatory retention of records for the city would include council-approved records, police records, personnel records, contract records, grant project files, financial records, and program records. But even if a document is retained by the city, it may not be disclosable because of its confidential nature. And there are many confidential exceptions to production of records. This would include attorney-client privileges, which includes litigation documents, memos, attorney-client memos, or closed session documents. There are other privileges like the deliberative process privilege, medical records under HIPAA, certain criminal records, and juvenile records. There's also proprietary information in city documents that will not be disclosed, and those would be certain financial documents as well as copyright documents. There are third-party rights to privacy that involve our employees, as well as things like utility bills that cannot be produced to the public. Now, on Senate Bill 1421, which is our next slide, this bill just was enacted recently and became effective January 1st, 2019. It requires that there are certain personnel police records that used to be banned from disclosure that will now be available for disclosure to the public. There are 4 categories of those documents that this bill concerns, and that would be, first is the discharge of a firearm by a police officer at a person, the use of force by a police officer or peace officer that results in great bodily harm, a sustained finding of sexual assault by a police officer on a member of the public, and a sustained finding of a peace officer dishonesty. Now, in response to this bill becoming effective January 1st, several California police and sheriff associations have sought help with the courts to not disclose documents that were in effect or in existence prior to January 1st of 2019. These cases are working their way through the court system. Some of them have been ruled on. The rulings have been inconsistent. Many of them are on appeal. Probably the one that's most interesting for the city of Fresno would be the Fresno County Sheriff's Association brought a motion to seek an injunction seeking the court to grant the injunction to prohibit disclosure of records until this issue of retroactivity is decided by a higher court. And the Fresno County Superior Court did grant the injunction, so currently the Fresno County Sheriff's Association is not disclosing any of these documents. And similarly, the California Attorney General also issued a notice that the Department of Justice would not be releasing peace officer records created prior to January 1st, 2019 until the issue of retroactivity is resolved. So this issue is kind of big right now. We are waiting for different rulings from different courts, and we'll be keeping you apprised and informed on what the response from the courts are.
Also, Francine, if I could weigh in on that. FPOA, of course, has a vested interest in this issue, and there's a meeting set up here in the next week or so with FPOA to discuss their position on the issue.
That is correct. That's next Tuesday. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I got the easy part. So what are the other cities doing? We looked at other cities and what they were doing with records retention, and we got a varying of results. Most of them, the smaller cities are 30, 60, 90 days. We looked at the bigger cities, or cities who were closer to Fresno's size, and you're seeing up there on your screen, you've got Sacramento at 2 years, LA at 2 years, Phoenix 2, San Francisco at 3 years, and the county of San Diego at 60 days. I can tell you that in my talks with the city of San Diego, because county and city are different, the city of San Diego is in the same boat we are. They're looking to see who does what records retention and how they set their policy. They're going to follow suit not too far after we're done. So what we see is email basically is retained, and there are record retentions and policies around email, but not so much around voicemail, web chat, IM, browsers, or text messages. And so on this particular slide, what we brought to you last time, ISD and IT has control and can automate how long we keep our email, how long we keep our voicemail, IM, web chat, and browser history. We cannot automate the text messages because we do not reach in and we do not see text messages. For us, we felt like, you're looking at the retention for Fresno, 7 years. Right now, Fresno's everything forever. So we needed to start somewhere. We thought that this was a good place to start because our staff are using the email as a records retention right now, and we're trying to give them time to move the documents in the right place. As far as voicemails are concerned, 30 days seems to be reasonable. And for us, I'll point out that internet browsing for us is a log. It's a log for security. It's a log to see what's going on in our system. So we kind of felt like 6 months was reasonable as well. So this is kind of what the other cities are doing. I know it's been asked in the past, and we do have, we have other information from smaller cities, but these are the ones we felt pertain to what the city of Fresno is trying to do. And now I'll turn it over to Yvonne.
Yvonne Spence, City Clerk. So that brings us to the Records Management Program. And to give you an idea of what the program entails, you start with the inventory. And a lot of times people get nervous when you say inventory your records because in their mind they think they have to count each and every file. And that's not the case. Inventory and records is basically taking groups of records and telling us how much they have. It's really hard to manage something you don't know you have. So that's why an inventory is important. And then we have to implement filing and indexing systems. Indexing systems are really important because if you have something and you can't find it, it's not doing you any good at all. So index will help you cross-reference to where you keep that file so that you can turn around things quickly, such as PRAs. Then you talk about storing inactive records in a cost-effective and secure location. Inactive records they're not really used very much, and so you want to store them in the least expensive way as possible, not in office space. Office space can be expensive, and if you have records there that you're not using, you're really taking up a lot of space that's very costly. Then we have to identify and preserve our vital records and our permanent records. The vital records are the records that you need to start your business back up after a disaster. We've been working on that with the fire department, Chief Vasquez, and we've been getting that together, and I think it's just about done. So we have the vital records part, and the permanent records are usually in the city clerk's office. As Brian mentioned, it's the ordinance resolutions. Everything you guys pass is permanently kept. And so what we have to do is preserve that the best we can. And we've been using microfilm for preservation, and we also scan for convenience. So we do both of those. And then you have to develop a disaster preparedness plan to protect and recover your records. Again, we're working on that. All the departments are. And then finally, when the record has reached the end of its life cycle, you can destroy the record, but you have to document it. If we go to court and we say we did this in our regular course of business and we don't have proof, it means nothing. So every destruction has to be documented and approved through the city clerk's office. And then finally, policies and procedures. And that's so that everyone is operating in the same fashion and they know what to do. There's written policies to go by and written procedures to go by. And then, of course, you have to train the staff who's managing those records, because if they don't know what they're doing and they just said, okay, you have to manage these records, and they don't know what they're doing, it's not going to be managed properly. So that's really important. And then the benefits of a strong records management program is you reduce the risk of litigation, you reduce the expense of filing equipment, as I mentioned before, and you increase the efficiency for retrieving your records for things like PRAs, which we only get 10 days to respond to. And then you're also compliant with the records retention requirements. The state of California has designated the Secretary of State's office to come up with a local records management program, and that's the program that should be implemented at the city. And then again, I've talked about identifying and protecting our vital records. One of the things that the clerk's office does with the microfilm we have the original rolls stored in Utah. So it's nowhere close where if we had a disaster, we would lose that. And then, control over creating new records. It gives people the opportunity to think about how long they need to keep these records. Do we really need to add it to the retention schedule, or is this something transitory? And finally, identifying historical records, because you do want to preserve those as well. And space saving is another big issue. Ideally, you would want all your inactive records stored at one place at a low cost and managed by people who know what they're doing. That concludes the presentation. The next step, even though we say May 16th in the slide, I believe we're putting them on for the 2nd. So we'll put those things that were pulled off in March back on the agenda for approval. We'll answer any questions.
Thank you very much. First up is Member Chavez.
I had a question on slide 7, kind of comparing us to the other cities similar size. You had the little, you had the chart there. So, what is the cost of storing records for a set period of time for us?
I wish I would have anticipated this question. There is a cost. I'll have to get that to you and for you. We will be doing a cost savings of storage that we have. Well, when we store records, we store them in a compacted format. So we have a journal. So we have a full record, and after 90 days or so, it goes down to a compacted format. So it doesn't take as much as you think it would to store those files. But there is a cost to it, and I can get you the numbers on the cost. It's just in our storage right now that we have anyway, so it's all blended into everything. I can separate those for you if you would like to hear that.
Would you say
Council, there's an indirect cost that goes with that too. When we store something, that means when we have a PRA, we have to look at it too. And that takes a lot of time.
Absolutely. So, do you have rough ballpark figures? No, I guess. Well, when you send it, just send it to all the councils so we can have that
to you.
Point of
I'll get that to you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Member Arias.
What I don't see here, staff, and I wanted to have this conversation in a workshop setting, because one, I know there's a lot of different department heads, a lot of different jurisdictions that have to deal with our records. What I wanted clarity on is what is our citywide policy that everyone's going to honor? And what recommendations are you all, as the gatekeepers of these records, recommending to us to adopt formally? I know that you're going to bring some of the policies forward on the next meeting, but I want it broken down. Like, for example, on this slide 7, you show me the research of other cities, but you're not telling me how many years you're recommending that we have for Fresno in terms of electronic records.
For email?
Correct.
For email, we're looking at 7 years. We recommend 7 years for the city of Fresno for email.
For voicemail, you're saying 30 days,
Yes.
web, 6 months, that's your recommendation?
Yes. These are the recommendations that were brought before you last time, and I stand by these. I think they're good recommendations.
Good recommendations.
Yeah.
What about the rest of the department heads? As to the point of legal counsel, it might be cheap for you to maintain them, but it's going to be expensive for somebody else to go through them if we have to produce them.
We concur with the city attorney's office. We've made these recommendations. We've been working with them on these recommendations, so they concur at this point in time. Now, there was an earlier suggestion of maybe having higher staff like council and city manager's office and whatnot being 7 years and the rest of the staff being 2 years, but that's really hard for us to administer. I mean, there's a lot of issues with the administration of that. So we would like to have an across-the-board 7-year for the entire city. Would make it easy for us to administer, and there wouldn't be anything falling through the cracks. There wouldn't be any emails missed or anybody that has an issue. We can stand by the policy with that.
Well, it's also unfair. If my records have to be available for 7 years, the mayor's records should be available for 7 years. Right. And the department head's records should be available for 7 years.
Yeah, no, it's the council, city manager, department heads would all be 7 years. But we wanted to level the playing field to make sure everybody's 7 years. So no, you weren't segregating between council and the directors. The directors would fall into that, and assistant directors also would fall into
And
that.
then a couple of other questions.
Sure.
Is staff recommending any changes in our current protocol for responding to public records requests? Is there anything that you guys in this process identified that you can streamline, improve? Are we in any way adding new technology to make things easier? Is there going to be a impact to the upcoming budget that's being proposed for this kind of work?
So from a technology standpoint, for us, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, we are going to be moving to Microsoft 365, which is going to pose some different challenges because the way Microsoft does their licensing, if a user exists, when that user gets deleted, his emails go away. So I'm going to have to make sure I keep those emails. I'm going to have to make sure those emails are here or somewhere, I don't care where, that are stored to abide by this particular policy. So for us, what we do is the attorney's office or the clerk's office, actually emails are usually through the attorney's office. They come to us and they say, we need these records. I've got a guy going through and running the search that we have currently, and it takes a while for the search to run. It could be a lot of records, and that's what the other issue is for the city attorney's office and us. We want to make sure we can have a smaller subset of records so we can go through and it doesn't take staff time, because it also takes ISD staff time to go through these as well. And so from a technology standpoint, that's kind of where, we've got the technology in place. We've got the systems in place that can segregate records and hold them for legal holds and whatnot, personnel holds that we need to do it. And we've got that in place. So we're pretty much ahead of the game in that, but it's more of a process thing at this point in time. So I'll let Doug and Yvonne speak on their behalf.
Yeah, Council, as far as what could help us in being more efficient in responding to PRA requests, I think two things. One, having fewer records. Right now, we keep everything when it comes to emails. If we reduce the time period, that's going to help a lot. It helps first in just the time it takes to run the search. It can take literally days to do a search.
Legal counsel, before you go further, how many years do we currently keep records for? You're proposing 7. What's our current?
Forever. We have everything.
I can give you an answer to that question. In 2008, the city moved from Novell to Microsoft. So everything that got migrated over is, if that was still there, is in that records bank. So 2008 on. And if there's anything before that, and there's records before 2008, not a lot, but there are some, it's all in there.
Right. For example, when the discolored water issues came up in Northeast, that's an issue that went back 20, 25 years. We were finding records from back then when it first came up, when we built the plant. So first of all, having fewer records would help a lot, and that would help us get responses to PRAs out more quickly, too. And second of all, maybe there's some software that could help us in doing the actual searches. Maybe do it more efficiently, because right now it tends to be a little overbroad. And so when we do a search, we may get more than what we really need, so we have to go through those and cull them out.
So I just want to give some food for thought for staff. I know we keep permanent records forever that we're required to. That's the record of actions and contracts and whatnot. These other records, in my view, are transactional. You're essentially saying 7 years, even it's 3 times more than any other city of our size keeps them for. you might want to consider whether 7 years is something that you guys still stick to when you come back next month, because it will result in more work for everyone in the back end. I want to be thoughtful of, we're a public entity, we need to be transparent. 7 years compared to 2 years of other cities might be an unnecessary burden, especially if it's going to have a financial implication for the city. So just food for thought. At the end of the day, we will consider your recommendation, but I think there's some leeway there for most of us.
It's fair points.
Okay,
Councilmember Arias, I just wanted to also mention that we do have an imaging system of records repository in the clerk's office, and I believe it's also used in Public Works. And if I'm not mistaken, Acela also has document storage. So there are ways to electronically query to get the information you need.
I think the screen is clear. Yeah, thank you all for the presentation. I think next we'll go to unscheduled communication. So I have some cards here we can go through first, or maybe not. I can't read this card. It references panhandling signs, whoever wanted to talk about that. This is unscheduled communication. You can come forward on anything under the sun, kind of like our meeting today. Anybody want to come forward? Panhandling is not there. Someone mentioned Christina Borges. Are you here? Would you like to comment?
Hi, Jay. As a lean mob on behalf of Black Collar Life and blackcollar.org, a true nonprofit organized union, we're a major advocacy for the homeless. As a united group of homeless individuals currently living on the streets, representation thereof, we actually have no objections to the no panhandling issues, in the first. However, following that statement, we also like to follow with the fact that we would much rather see our immediate needs being addressed directly. Not through any other nonprofit organization, but directly through us. It only seems so appropriate considering our plans for development of an emergency, low borders, low boundaries shelter that would fill in the gaps where the Fresno Rescue Mission and the Poverello House come short and leave us remaining on the side of the road. We've actually formulated an actual 5-year business strategy that would project us to being 100% self-sustained and self-sufficient if we were able to go forward with building us a facility on our location that we currently have obtained at the address of 2302 South Anna Street, as well as the joint lot, 2310 South Anna Street. It's currently fenced off, it's paved, it has plumbing hookup, it has running water hookup, and it's near power availability. However, we're also overlooking those 4 sites as well. We'd actually recommend having our own water tower. We recommend having our own solar panels installed on the rooftops of our facility. The structural designs is still underway by our architectural design. We'd also have plans for community garden, which the city of Fresno has already approved such plans for a community garden at a location on Cherry, just off of Church. The address there would be 41, if not mistaken, it's 4105 or 2504, excuse me. Cherry Street. So, in future plans for development of these facilities, which we're asking that we get the city support from and those other supporters, nonprofits, as well as any other private parties that would think that such an idea would be great. We see ourselves caring for the mentally disabled as well as the physically disabled because we're already doing such from the sides of the streets. It's us that keeps each other safe and secure throughout day-to-day basis.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next, I think it's Christina Borges, if you're here. Christina, if you'd like to come up, or come up, please, and address the council. No worries, pull the microphone down so you can hear you better. And give us your name and your address, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Deanna Everhart, and I advocate for the mentally ill homeless. In my experience for the last 10 years working with the homeless, it is in my opinion and the opinion of many others that at least 80 to 90% of the mentally disabled homeless have the cognitive function of a child, leaving them very dependent in their daily lives. So I am here to articulate for them. One of the abuses that I've seen and heard of regularly that personally bothers me to the point where I have had trouble sleeping at night is when it's 30-something degrees outside and having to watch Fresno PD throw away all property of a disabled homeless person without leaving them even one blanket. The only word that I can find that best describes this type of conduct is inhumane. I would like to repeat that word so as to emphasize it, inhumane. So my question is, why can't there be a provision to, at the very least, leave the disabled person their blanket or blankets? Think of it this way. If Fresno PD does change their method related to homeless cleanup and start leaving them at least one blanket, there would be no one that could accuse them of being inhumane. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, if you'd give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes, please come forward. And
hello, my name is Shannon Tom. I'm also a homeless person for right now, but I do plan in a few months to change that. I'm having financial problems. I just want to say that not everybody who's homeless is on drugs or does alcohol. Sometimes financial burdens, financial hardship. I tried getting housing for 2 months. The moving deposits were so high, $800, $1,400. Section 8 doesn't cover moving deposits. But there is an issue about the police department throwing away the disabled people's walkers and their canes. I talked to someone today about that. And also, too, if people are not blocking the sidewalk and they have a little tent up, they should be able to keep it up and not have to move it every day if they're keeping their area clean and they're not really making a big trash mess. I mean, it's on the dirt against the fence. It's not obstructing the sidewalk. I don't think they should have to move it. The police need to start going after people who are really trashing the area. Especially if it's at the Poverello area, people really shouldn't have to move their camp if it's along the fence to the gate of the Poverello, as long as it's not all dirty. And they shouldn't be throwing away the disabled people's walkers and canes. That's very inappropriate. That's not nice. I mean, they have this, well, everybody who's homeless is a drug addict attitude, and that's not true. There are people who have escaped board and cares who are out there who are very gravely disabled, because the board and care facilities are not taking care of them properly, and they'd rather be on the streets than abusing board and cares. That's a very huge problem. I know a couple people out there who have actually escaped the board and care facility because of the abuse they were enduring in those facilities. And the way that
you have 1 more minute, ma'am. When it turns red, that's the final.
And the way the police department sometimes have an attitude about the homeless, well, if they just better their lives, and they don't have a good attitude about the homeless. People don't want to live like that for the rest of their lives. I used to have a place. Someone kicked me down a flight of stairs in a place one time. There's all these dope houses. If the cops could do something about the drug problem, get it out of these buildings in Chinatown that are cheap, people could live in these places. Another issue is these there's no real good emergency shelter. The Naomi house doesn't even have that many beds in it. I mean, they need a place where people who are trying to.
Thank you very much. David Love, I have your card here. Would you like to come up and address the council? Mr. Love? Please give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
The name's David Love, number 4, the First Monk Saint. Address 5705 East Huntington, apartment 205, 93727, City District number 5. I'm going to voice all the way to Washington, D.C., and also to Sacramento, and also to the United States of America. I'm voicing about impeachment towards Paula Yang, the Dark Road of Satan, the poster lady, that did cocoons towards Jose Balbazar. I noticed that she's still working behind a computer and still hacking into Washington, D.C. Yeah. Just wait. I'm the 100 in the New Testament that completes God's angel army and saints in the one universe. Number 4, everybody was competing for number 4 and nothing came close. All other gods came short of God Father from heaven. Other religion came short of Jesus Christ. Number 4 is God, Father from heaven. Number 4 is Lord Jesus Christ. Number 4 is God's angel army and saints, the completion in the new covenant of the New Testament at 100. Number 4 is not GVP, General Wayne Powell. The Hmong population was competing for it. So that General Wayne Powell will come down on the heavenly earth. But it wasn't. Number 4 wasn't Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And when everybody was competing. Number 4 wasn't Cesar Chavez. And everybody was competing. Number 4 wasn't in the United States of America, they wanted Bruce Lee. It wasn't Bruce Lee. The other nation was Mao Zedong. In other nations, they wanted other leaders. But it wasn't them.
Thank you, Mr. Love. Appreciate your comments.
I'll be here next week to voice again. I'm still not done. I need way more hours.
Yeah, it'll be the second.
I'll voice about Alex Interior too.
It'll be May 2nd, sir. Thank you. Carl, the item that you addressed, we set that over till probably next Wednesday. But if you'd like to speak on the issue, you're more than welcome under unscheduled communication. Yeah. If you'll come up and give us your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes, sir. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Carl Rana. I'm Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Stefanelli Distributing. We are the oldest continuous gallo distributor in the world, and this is our 68th year of business here in Fresno. We've endured the Vallarta project, the overpass, and everything else over the last several years, and to the great part of adding a lot of opportunity to the area, which has been great. I wanted to address the amendment, Mr. Arias, about what that impact would do, and I'm sure you've heard it, and I'm sure you'll hear a lot more next Wednesday. But we represent and support 22 families that are at our place of business. And we cover a 4-county area, 1,300 active accounts, 400 of those within the city of Fresno. The impact of eliminating possibly half of those licenses would hurt quite a bit. We're talking about loss of revenue, tax revenue, permits, lotto money. And I just wonder who benefits from this. Is it the petroleum companies, or is it the city, or is it somebody else? Because if we're going to use crime and say a small store with liquor is a magnet for crime, then I would say then we ought to look at housing. If we reduced the housing, we wouldn't have so many home invasions. I'm not being facetious. I'm just saying this is a very, very important part of our business. We sell a legal product that is attained legally from all these people. And a lot of them are foreign nationals that work their butt off and come over here, and we deal with everybody. And I know crime is an equal opportunity employer also. And I just would hate to see an amount of licenses be restricted that much. Putting more conditional use permit teeth into it, I understand that, more lighting. But if this is going to be put into a situation where only chains or big organizations that have the backing of, let's say, AMPM or Valero, I'm not saying it is, I'm just using that as an example, then we don't get to sell to those people directly. 80% of the business is being done in 20% of the stores, and it's a small distributor. We're big, but we're small. Most of our business is being done with these small independent licensees, which we're talking about here. So I would recommend maybe perhaps enforcing the current law that was suggested with a 2,500 person limit, and maybe if someone wanted to buy a new license, they would have to buy an existing one instead of having one issued versus eliminating them all. Thank you, and I'll be back next Wednesday.
Thank you. We'll be happy to meet with you and clarify some of those points.
Okay.
Points that you brought up are actually in the draft ordinance, but we'll be happy to sit down with you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Speaking of that, I was looking at my agenda here, and I think some people have anticipated today and others have not. But rather than call a special meeting, if my colleagues could reconsider setting this over to our next meeting, which would be June 13th, that would clear my colleagues to my left, would give you an opportunity to discuss this with our friend here and others. So I would ask that everyone maybe rethink the meeting date. Maybe we could do it on June 13th. That's a Thursday, and we can open it up completely as much as possible.
Council President, I'm not supportive of that approach for this primary reason. June is in the middle of budget deliberations for us. We've just canceled half the meetings for the year. We have a lot of stuff before us. I don't want in any way delay the budget conversations, compact it even more than it is. I think the consensus was a special meeting. We'll show up, we'll have one item, make sure everybody's aware of it, and I think that's going to be easier for everyone than to insert this into a budget time.
Is there a scheduling conflict with anybody? I mean, Wednesday at 3:30 p.m., May 1st?
Well, my concern was this gentleman wanted to meet with Member Arias and discuss these items. There's other people that have indicated that they'd like to talk to different people and try to refine it and make it a comprehensive
We
unit.
worked that out. We worked that out with the association. I think.
Well, it's just an idea. If you guys don't want to do it, that's fine with me.
Thank you for the offer, but we'll meet with him today, and then we're meeting with the businesses tomorrow. So we work 24 hours a day. We'll make it work. We'll sit down with you far in advance.
All right. Thank you very much for that consideration. Yes, sir.
Later today, because I'll be tied up after. Okay.
Well, we have closed session after this, but
all right.
Thank you. Thank you guys for trying to work together.
I'm available tomorrow. I'll call. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I think that
Council President,
yes.
Can I ask a question for the sake of the special meeting on the 1st? So 3:30?
I haven't decided that yet. I'm thinking about 2:30,
Okay.
maybe 1:30, just because it's
I have
gonna
class
go.
at 5, so that
It's in better with you if we do it earlier.
if it's earlier.
Well, if we start at 11, it will never end. So I think we should probably shoot for 1:30 or 2 o'clock, and then I'll accommodate Member Soria's profession. Okay, well then there you go. We've settled that one. Hey, isn't it great to work together, you know? Isn't it really productive? So we'll do it probably 1:30 or 2 o'clock. We'll finalize that, send out notice properly. Speaking of notice, again, I want to remind everyone, you have less than 2 hours to get whatever you want on the next Thursday's agenda. If it doesn't come in by 5, I'm assuring everyone that it will not be on that agenda because it's my call. So we're going to follow the rules and make things more efficient if possible. Next, I think we have closed session. We have 3 o'clock. That's right. Someone had mentioned that earlier. Pardon me. So we'll take up the 3 o'clock item at this time. Staff. Whoever. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. So this is the SB1 projects that had been initially recommended by staff. We did add a couple of the projects that are near the schools, I believe in District 7 and District 3. And correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Chavez?
That's
did you
correct.
have- Yeah.
That's correct.
And so we want to move forward. This is, we got clarification from the state. We have till May 1st to do the preliminary list, which this intends to be the preliminary list. And then by August, that's when everything will be final. But we did want to make sure that for the record, because in our conversations with the mayor and with staff, and to the public, we made it clear that one of our top priorities was to make sure that SB1 would also go to where there's greatest needs, and specifically with schools and safe routes to schools. So I'll make a motion.
Second.
I'd ask if we could add, we were talking about schools and safety, and Tioga Middle School in my district, which has a great need as well at Gettysburg, Santa Ana area. I'd like to add that as a 4th placeholder to our discussions.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you for that. So we made a motion including that by Member Soria. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Member Chavez.
Call for the question.
I think we need to take it out to the public. Anyone interested in commenting today, please come forward. Good afternoon. Good to see you. Please give us your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Council President and council members. My name is Priscilla Chavez. I live at 723 West Vassar. I'm a resident of District 1. Upon reading and educating myself with guidelines to the Transportation Commission, I'm requesting for the City Council to add projects of side street repairs with this funding. I live in an area where my parents, their home was built in the 1950s. They are homeowners for the past 32 years in the same home. And I want to believe that not just my family, but other residents in our area have not had their side street repaired. And I know that this is funding, and according to the guidelines, that new projects are taken into consideration with the appropriation of these expenditures. And so that's what I'm requesting from the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to come forward and bring about an item or an opinion on what we're doing today? Seeing none, back to the dais up here. And I can't tell if Member Bredefeld was first or not. It didn't come up, but you can initiate the process if you will. Then Member Soria, and then Assistant City Manager.
Okay. Just want to point out, on this SB 1 funds. There's $12 million. This was put together by the mayor's team, his staff. It lists all the different projects in the 7 districts. My district was, I think, second to the bottom in terms of what we received. The majority was in districts 1, 3, 5, and 7, and frankly, I have no problem with it. The fact is, we are getting money to address things such as Nees Avenue, and I think 4 or 5 other projects, fully supportive of that. I want to commend the administration on the analysis that brought them to how these funds were distributed. I think it was done in a very professional way. I don't think there was any politics involved that I'm aware of. And the majority of the funds, about 70%, went south of Shaw Avenue. Again, which I have no problem with. What I'm troubled, and I hope from beyond our discussion today, that we get away from this discussion of who has what south of Shaw versus who has what north of Shaw. I certainly hope that's the case. I've always been supportive of all parts of our city, will continue to be, but we shouldn't pit any area of the city against another area of the city. We have looked at, the staff have provided us with a 5-year capital program projects that includes sidewalks in a construction phase. There's almost $33 million. Again, all of that is in districts 1, 3, 5, and 7. There's a little bit in District 4. Needs to be more in District 4 because that district needs a lot of support in terms of sidewalks as well. In looking at the public works projects over the next 5 years, 200 million of it is south of Shaw, 100 million of it is north of Shaw. So it's a 2-to-1 ratio. So right here, I'm looking at it right here. So again, I hope that that we all move past this this battle over the SB1 funds. Every one of our citizens, when they buy gas, is paying for those roads to be repaired that they drive on. And certainly the constituents I represent deserve to have their roads fixed as well. It's my encouragement of the administration that this is the way the process ought to work. It's my expectation that you sit down, you look at what is needed in the projects and in the districts and what projects are needed to be funded, and it's done in a way that's professional and apolitical. And I think that's what happened here. And that's, even though we had a battle, a month ago, that's the same place we're at today. Not one project has changed other than some school districts which really do need help. I mean, when Councilman Arias and others mention about no sidewalks by schools, that's unacceptable to me as well. And we need to find sources of funding to make sure that happens. Those errors of the past need to be rectified. We need to find ways to solve those problems. I don't want any child not having sidewalks to be on when they're going to school. And so I fully support those issues and those concerns. I just encourage us all to, move forward together without pitting anybody against one another. And I'm fully supportive of the SB1 funding as it is right now. We'll support it today.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify the items that were added to the list and the comment, Public Works safe route to school projects will be prioritized. I'm trying to get an understanding of what prioritized means relative to the existing list.
Those are going to be placeholders, Jim. So that's essentially signaling that we'd like the work to begin on that. We still have a conversation to have about not just SB1, but other pots of money. And so this will just essentially be a placeholder to kind of flag it for staff that, hey, this is kind of direction that we'd like to focus on.
And Scott might be able to speak to this more. As I know, we've explained to all of the council members that these are typically not one-year processes. Projects will take multiple years. When we start on these, if that is the direction we're given, we'll probably be in the design stage, and those projects will not consume a significant amount of funding whether it be SB1 or any other funding. But I want to make sure that everybody realizes that construction will not likely start on those projects within this 12-month period.
Assistant City Manager, we understand how the construction process works. You guys have to design and plan, a lot of which can be done internally and at minimal cost, and then bring forward the funding for the construction of those projects. But as the council member said, this is a very clear indication that your list of projects for SB1 will include sidewalk improvements in the items that were added to the list. How much money and when that money is expensed, it's up to staff and the process that you are required to undertake.
And so you're satisfied that these might happen in future years?
That's a conversation that we'll have. I think future years means different things to different people. I think the direction is very clear that we'd like you to start immediately on the plans for the construction of these projects.
And I think we can accommodate the design efforts once we see the dollar amounts for construction. I think there will be some difficult decisions that need to be made.
Understood. And we do have an upcoming conversation with the mayor and the council members related to how that, ultimately develops. But my expectation is that design assessments and all the work that you guys got to do in the front end as technical engineers and staff will begin immediately.
And I will say that this list is fluid, as you all know, that as we move through projects, some of the expenditures will occur as the projects move forward, but some may not get expended during this 12-month period. So we will probably be adjusting those activities, and certainly funding can be utilized for other design efforts.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Screen is clear. All right. Do we have a motion? Okay, and then we took it out to the public, did we not? If not, now's the opportunity for people in the public to come forward. Seeing none, okay, good. Duplication is good. And now we will call for the question. Is there anybody opposed to the motion? Okay, we're good. Passes 6-0. All right, thank you all very much. I think next is closed session. Am I not correct? And with that in mind, we're going to adjourn in loving memory of Mr. Vang, as per Councilmember Chavez's request. And if anybody wants to make any comments about closed session, this is your opportunity. Seeing none, adjourned.
Council, in closed session, we have deciding whether to initiate litigation Gonzalez versus City of Fresno, also City of Fresno versus Garney. We also have real estate negotiation concerning Darling Ingredients, and then labor negotiations concerning the listed bargaining units. There was a chance we will have a short announcement afterwards.